morning. I'd like to call the public hearing to order. As per protocol, I will commence with the reading of the motion. Motion for the appointment of a special select committee to investigate all documents, communications, and processes tied to the signing of the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, and to investigate all documents, communications, and processes that resulted in the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, being presented to Cabinet accompanied by draft legislation as attachments to Cabinet Confidential Memo 84 of 2023, dated May 15, 2023. Whereas paragraph D of section 61A2 of the Constitution of Belize provides that among the powers and functions of the Senate is the instituting and conducting of inquiries and investigations on any matter of public interest or importance, at paragraph G thereof requiring the attendance before it of any chief executive officer in a government ministry in respect of any matter of which he has knowledge by virtue of his office, or in respect of anything related to his office and the due execution of his duties, and at paragraph H thereof requiring the attendance before any committee of the Senate of any minister of government. And whereas the public has become aware of a signed document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, and given that that document has been subsequently presented to Cabinet along with draft legislation as attachments to Cabinet Confidential Memo 84 of 2023, with certain recommendations from the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment in consultation with the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations, and within the context of questions regarding the legality of the contents of that document. And whereas the government has committed to fight corruption and work to restore confidence in government, and tabled same in a good governance motion in January 2021 to signal serious about meaningful reform and open and accountable governance to all Belizeans. And whereas the government acknowledges and heeds the call of the citizenry, including several of the social partners represented in the Senate through the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, BCCI, and the Belize Business Bureau, BBB, the National Trade Union Congress of Belize, NTUCB, the Belize Council of Churches, BCC, and the Evangelical Association of Churches, EAC, and the non-governmental organizations, NGOs, in recognition that the chronology, communications, and legality tied to and related to this agreement are matters of public importance, and that in the interest of ensuring good governance and compliance with organizational best practice and statutory requirements, it is desirable that the Senate exercises its powers and functions under the Constitution of Belize to conduct an inquiry into and investigate this agreement. And whereas Standing Order number 69 of the Senate Standing Orders, which are further herein referred to, provides for the appointment of a special select committee other than a standing committee by order of the Senate, which shall specify the terms of reference of the committee, including its composition. And whereas Standing Order number 70 provides, among other things, that every select committee shall be so constituted as to ensure, as far as possible, that the balance of the parties in the Senate is reflected in the committee. And whereas Standing Order number 72 provides authority to enable the Special Select Committee to summon witnesses to a sitting thereof, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate shall approve the appointment pursuant to Standing Order number 69 of the Special Select Committee of the Senate, hereinafter referred to as the committee, with the following terms of reference and composition: to conduct an independent and impartial investigation and inquiry into the signing of the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, and to determine which, if any, established procedures and or investment policy were followed, to determine what advice, policy, or basis the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, in consultation with the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations, relied upon to prepare Cabinet Confidential Memo 84 of 2023, recommendations and draft legislation, and subsequently submitted for Cabinet's consideration and approval. Into all communications and documentations tied to the government to the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, into all communications and documentations tied to the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, being presented to Cabinet along with related draft legislation as attachments to Cabinet Confidential Memo number 84 of 2023 in May 15, 2023, with certain recommendations from the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations. To require the production of such communications and documentations, papers and records as the committee shall deem relevant to the inquiry, and to examine pertinent documentation, to determine whether, consequent on the investigation and inquiry, statutory and other procedures were complied with, to require the attendance before the committee of former ministers of government, current ministers of government, signatories of the agreement, and those who may have information by virtue of his office which may be relevant to the inquiry pursuant to Section 61A2G of the Constitution of Belize, to require the attendance before the committee of those heads of departments, regulatory committees, and or those who may have information by virtue of his office or responsible for and involved with the issuance of environmental compliance, clearance permits, et al., and or any other official of government who may have information which may be relevant to the inquiry pursuant to Section 61A2H of the Constitution. To require the attendance before the committee of all such current and former public officers in the ministry responsible for the ministries of investment, trade, economic development, finance, tourism, etc., as well as those responsible for ports, environment, etc., pursuant to Standing Order number 72 of the Senate Standing Orders, as well as to produce all relevant communication, papers, and records of the ministry, departments, et al., as may be necessary to conduct its inquiry and investigation. To examine all such persons required to attend before the committee as witnesses pursuant to Standing Order number 72 of the Senate Standing Orders, to hold and conduct its sittings and meetings in public and broadcast live, except for sittings which are held only for the purpose of deliberation of the matters which are the subject of the committee, which sittings shall be held in private. That the committee shall hold its hearings with due urgency and expedition in accordance with Standing Order number 75 of the Senate Standing Orders, make a report to this Honorable Senate as soon as may be practicable of the result of its inquiries, with all such comments and recommendations as the committee may deem fit, furnishing this Honorable Senate with a full statement of its proceedings and of the reasons leading to its conclusions and recommendations. That the report shall be tabled in this Honorable Senate and become a public document. All committee members shall be allowed sufficient time and equal opportunity to question witnesses, and shall be permitted to question each witness who attends a sitting. Each witness shall be afforded the opportunity, pursuant to Standing Order 7213 of the Senate Standing Orders, to review his or her evidence and the findings of the report, and shall have opportunity to suggest corrections due to inaccuracy reporting within 14 days of the date from which the report was sent to the witness by the clerk. The committee shall be permitted to hire attorneys, accountants, and such other experts as required by the committee. The office of the Senate shall be the office of the Secretariat of the committee. That the committee be appointed consisting of 7 senators as follows: 2 from those appointed on the advice of the Prime Minister, 1 from those appointed on the advice of the Leader of Opposition, the 1 appointed on the advice of the Belize Council of Churches and the Evangelical Association of Churches, the 1 appointed on the advice of the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Belize Business Bureau, the 1 appointed on the advice of the National Trade Union Congress and Civil Society Steering Committee, and the 1 appointed on the advice of the non-governmental organizations. The senators who are members of the committee shall, at the first meeting of the committee, elect a chairman of the committee, and the quorum of the committee shall be 4. I take this opportunity as chair to make apologies on behalf of Honorable Senator Bishop Benguche, who is out of the country, and Honorable Senator Antonio Herrera, who has conveyed his absence is required today from these proceedings. I would also take note, Clerk, that upon entering the building this morning, there was a strong smell of smoke, and it reminds all members of the committee that very many Belizeans are presently having to endure and face destruction from fire and compromise to their everyday lives because of fire. And the committee has asked Senator Cal to provide a statement in this regard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleagues for allowing me to make a statement in regards to the fire affecting especially southern Belize. I want to first start by empathizing with our brothers and sisters in southern Belize, especially my community, San Pedro, Colombia, Quiquehute, San Jose, Nalumka, San Miguel, and these areas. Madam Chair, I was on the grounds, and this has started about 3 weeks ago, and it has been an everyday fight for these villagers. I was actually approached by a woman whose livelihood and her family's livelihood is strictly on their farms, on the produce that they have, and she told me that when she went to see our farm, all she saw was ashes. All of the hard work that they have done is down to the ground, ashes, and all she could have done was cry, Madam Chair. And to me, that is really sad. That touches me deeply because I know the struggles of our people down south. They depend on farming as a livelihood. And now these fires is causing huge damage, but not only that, Madam Chair, this long-lasting effect that these fires, the loss of our forest habitats to our animals who again we found a lot dead because of the smoke, the fires. So I can only imagine the long-lasting effects that will have on our people in southern Belize and across the country, because as you are aware, we have a lot of reserve. The Columbia River Forest Reserve is one of the main sources of our fresh watersheds, and we're losing that. I was in some of the villages all the way down south in Dolores. Our people are having issues with water there. Water level is at an all-time low. It's really sad, the struggles that our people are going through. And so I would play and make a call to any organizations, entities out there who can support our farmers in any way possible, that they would come forward and help our people down south. And I also want to call on our government. I'm sure that our Prime Minister, the Ministry of Finance, the CEOs, I'm sure that they will look into this matter, Madam Chair, and we're hoping that we can bring a supplementary appropriation bill to help these farmers, because they really, really need this help. I want to thank you again, Chair, for giving me this opportunity, and our prayers are with the people of southern Belize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Cowell, for highlighting those realities. Clerk, can I ask you to please bring in the witness? Morning, Mr. Gegg. Sorry, you may want to stay standing. The clerk will administer the oath once more.
I, David Gegg, do swear that the evidence I shall give to the Special Senate Select Committee touching the matters in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Morning, Mr. Gegg. Thank you for appearing once more before the committee. Just let me know when you're ready. Ready? You ready? All right. Thank you for coming back before the committee. We'll resume our questioning. Go ahead, Senator Herrera.
Good morning, Mr. Gegg. I would like to maybe take up where you left off on last week, if I may. I have a number of questions, that I would maybe want some more clarity on, and I'm sure you'll be able to assist in that regard. The first question I have is, how did you become aware of the work on the work of the cabinet subcommittee? Was that when you submitted your project? Was that when you submitted your idea of the project, and then they direct you to start interacting with that group?
No, I was aware of the presence of the subcommittee and that others had had dealings with them. And I felt that to get my project launched, that's the first place I should go.
Okay. You weren't directed to them by anyone. You went directly to the chair and the other persons in that committee to throw out your idea.
Yes, Senator, I know my way around. I knew what I should do or where I should go.
Good. Did that committee ever explain the process the project would need to undertake to get the green light?
Yes, they did.
Could you maybe tell us what that process would have been?
Well, there were various steps, but the main ones that I can think of were land, environmental issues, and our capacity to get the project financed. That seemed to be the primary issue that Minister Panton focused on throughout our deliberations with her.
Was the chair's position on the issue of financing a little different from the other members?
Yes.
Okay. Would the other members have had different concerns?
I think the other members were satisfied, especially after sending them the letter from Boscalis, that we had it covered. But I don't think she agreed with the other members.
Okay. Were any letters sent to you in that regard stating that there were some discomfort, if you will,
yes,
about the financing
yes,
arrangements?
Yes.
So that was communicated to you formally?
Yes. And it's why I responded in the way I did.
Which was?
To get a letter from our partners at Boscalis to demonstrate to her, and then to demonstrate a few months later to Prime Minister Barrow, that they were fully committed to the financing of this project, including providing the entire equity component of the funds that were required.
For a project of this magnitude, would it be normal for a letter to suffice for that type of commitment?
And that is why Boscalis also brought letters from their bankers providing references as to their financial capacities at the time.
Right. Which would have been the letter that they sent to the Prime Minister?
Correct. It's copied to Minister Panton and Contreras.
Right. You said that you met Boscalis in 2017. and signed an agreement with them in 2019.
No, I said I met them in 2018. Sorry, I met them at the trade show first in 2017.
2017, right?
And then they invited us to a conference in Panama in 2018.
Right. And then an agreement was signed with them in 2019.
That's correct.
The environmental, social, and impact assessment study was completed in September 2019, correct?
Not quite. It should have been, but there were delays, and there were many consultants who were weighed in on that document. And some of them, especially the guys from the highly qualified agencies in the Netherlands and England, were not happy with some of the content. And it wasn't until, I think sometime in maybe September of that year, that the entire group of all the consultants, about 20 or 25 people, got together at Dream Valley Resort in Kaya, where we sat down for a week. And we went through the document and determined word by word, page by page, how it needed to be presented, including all the annexes. And it took quite a bit of time after that to get it to the point where we were satisfied that, well, I'm not the expert, they were satisfied that it was worthy of being presented to the DOE at that point. And I don't think that was until March of 2020.
And then the DOE, well, NIAC, I believe, would have had some additional requests for further studies.
NIAC, coming out of the first meeting, but that's not how it works. NIAC advises the Department of the Environment, and they're the ones who make requests that may have been tabled at the NIAC meetings. And that, to my knowledge, is what happened. Our first NIAC meeting, I believe, was June 24th. And coming out of that meeting, we were given a list of 4 major items that needed to be addressed and a couple other minor ones.
Would you be able to share with us what those 4 major areas would have been?
I would be able to share it with you. If you go to the website of the Department of the Environment, there's a document there called Supplemental Data to the Environmental and Social Impact Assessment for Portico Enterprises Limited. It's 132 pages long of additional data with lots of files of other types of documentation.
Okay. In May 2019, Boscalis wrote to Minister Panton saying that they were offering financing as well for the project. What type of financing was this?
I don't think that letter made reference to any type of financing. That letter was intended to have Minister Panton understand that Boscalis had we back. And that's why there was a further letter that was shared with Prime Minister Barrow a few months later, and that letter was called Portico Enterprises Boscalis Equity Commitment, something to that effect. And that letter outlined exactly what their commitment was. And it was to put up the entire amount of equity that was required for the project. And that, there was a second letter delivered to the Prime Minister at the time, which was a list of European bankers, a long list, I think 12 European bankers, who had undertaken to provide references for Boscalis and their financial standing at the time.
If that was the case, then what was the purpose of the Cabé letter?
Boscalis was providing equity. We needed to find loan funds. And Cabé had indicated that along with IDB Invest and perhaps others, they would be prepared to undertake a syndication to raise the loan fund components for the project, which, as is normally the case, would have been 70%, with the equity being about 30%.
Boscalis was coming in as an equity partner, that's what you're saying?
Boscalis came in as a partner, participating in the environmental studies, the geotechnical studies, bearing a lot of the costs that I referred to when I mentioned that it was close to 15 million euros. And they had a right, through our agreement, to acquire equity in the project. that would have meant putting in additional capital at the point at which that would have unfolded.
That could have been greater than 30%.
That would have been,
Could that have been greater than 30%?
it could have been greater than 30%, but the cost to equity is a lot greater than loan funds, and if you have the equity commitment and your lender is happy with only 30% equity, then the project is better off if it can pay returns on the 30% and pay loan rates of at that time it was 4, 5, 6% instead of 12 and 18%, which is what the return on the equity was expected to be.
The monies from, the commitments from Buscalis did not include any type of loan funds. Those are strictly equity, as you're saying.
What they've put up so far is what's known as development capital. I mean, for you to get a project anywhere, you have to invest in studies, in research, in documentation, in purchasing land, to get the project to the point where it could be considered as bankable. If this thing doesn't realize, that's money that is written off.
Okay. In the letter that I believe was presented to the then Prime Minister, there was a term, I think there was mention of the setting up of a steering committee with yourself and Mr. Clip to achieve financial closure. What was meant by financial closure?
Getting to the point where all the equity is committed. We have approval from the government, including environmental approval, and we have commitments from the bank, so that we know that once we start digging dirt, we're not going to have to worry about where the next tranche of $30 million is coming from because central bank not approving it. All the money for a project like this has to be committed and in place and ready to go before we would attempt to dig dirt.
Was that process ever completed in terms of getting all that finances together?
We need our definitive agreement to be passed in Parliament and an act to come out of Parliament for that next step to be undertaken. Or, in the absence of that, negotiation with the government to get some type of act that is acceptable in the alternative.
That's why that was the definitive agreement was worded in the way it is in terms of Parliament was obliged to pass certain legislation in.
The definitive calls on the government to pass an act within 12 months, and that I take to mean 12 months of when we had received environmental clearance, which would have been April 9th of 2021. So quite frankly, the government was quite delinquent in its efforts to eventually pass the act.
When we were interviewing former Minister Panton, she seemed to have not been satisfied that the financial arrangements were in place to move to a definitive agreement. Would you know why, even after this letter from Buscalis to her, that she wasn't satisfied?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
She would never have supported our project, Senator, you know that. She was firmly committed to the other one. She was out there with a shovel digging dirt at the time they had groundbreaking. Totally committed to the other one. And did everything she could to prevent our project from materializing.
So you don't believe that there was anything you could have done that would have satisfied
I couldn't compete with Mr. Feinstein.
What do you mean by that, sir?
By competing with Mr.
Yes.
Feinstein. His resources for support, were far greater than ours. And besides that, we have commitments through our relationship with Boscalis that we could not provide any money to any ministers for anything whatsoever. That's written into our agreement with them.
I know that the letter to the Prime Minister was copied to Minister Panton. Did you receive any type of information that she may have seen that letter?
I believe she tore it up
Why do you say that?
because she didn't want our project to proceed.
You said that a loan component that you were seeking from Kabe was 70% of the project total?
The loan component that we would be seeking from anyone, Kabe was just one of many bankers with whom we were having discussions, but that amount would have been 70% of the total project cost.
You mentioned that the agreement was signed after the environmental social impact assessment plan was approved in August of 2020. Was that correct?
No, I didn't say that.
I think from reading the transcript,
I
of the
said that there
presentation-
was a NEAC meeting of August 28, 2020, and
Right.
initially I was told that it had been approved.
right.
But then a few days later, I was told that, guess what? I don't think we had a quorum, so nothing is going to happen.
So what was your position on that? I mean, did you felt that it was approved or not approved
I was told that it had been approved.
by members in that NEAC?
If you recall,
Meeting.
I said that we were obliged to be there with engineers from Boscalis,
Right.
waiting online. And in order, it was a Friday, it was like 7, 8 o'clock at night for them. And so as not to have them wait unnecessarily, I was told that you won't be needed to come into the meeting and that the project is approved. And at that point, I called my colleagues at Boscalis in Holland and told them, guys, good news, go home, enjoy your weekend.
And then a few days after you found out otherwise.
Well, a few days after it was suggested that there may not have been a quorum, but I also found out that that same meeting of August 28th approved the ESIA for the Sartaneja Road, and an ECP was quickly signed and processed for that project. So same NEAC meeting of August 28th, me no got no quorum, theirs is approved. And I think we all know the reasons for that.
Did you have a chance to look at who was at meeting and whether or not you felt that quorum was there?
No, I was asked to be present at the Port Authority compound where that meeting was held. It's kind of funny. Myself, Dr. Carrias, and engineer Mark Velasquez, who had done a major section of the supplemental data, were there waiting to possibly be brought into the meeting. We stood outside and we were never invited to come into the meeting.
Earlier you mentioned that, well, you know many of the players in the country, having lived and worked in business for so long, you would have known who the members of the NEAC was?
I knew some of them, but I certainly didn't know all of them.
But at any point, did you look at who had attended that meeting and whether or not they would have had the quorum? I mean, that's
I
strictly
had no
issue
interest
of
in
numbers.
that. I had no interest in that. I was looking at the documentation that we had prepared, who had prepared it, its credibility. We felt it to be a good document, and we felt that on the strength of what we submitted, we should have been able to get clearance. And we were
Right,
told
but
that
if
we
there's
did.
no quorum, you can't get clearance. I'm saying that's
Yeah, but-
strict numbers.
That same meeting had quorum for the other ECP that was prepared. You tell me how that happened. Or you tell me why I was told that we didn't have a quorum, when clearly there was a quorum for another ECP that was prepared by that same meeting.
Do you know what is required for a quorum for NEA?
No?
No.
I know there are like 16 people, but I don't know what's a
The
quorum.
total is 16 persons.
Well, I think it may be different today, but
Then,
it's a high number.
okay. At that point, was that the only thing that was left for you to complete?
Getting approval.
Talking about going to a definitive agreement, was that the only outstanding item that was probably in the way?
That we certainly felt was necessary for us to get the definitive agreement.
Right.
And when, I was told that after the meeting on August 28th we had it, I felt really good about it. But then, of course, a few days later, we're being told, no quorum, so we don't think you have it. And it was after that, in sheer frustration and disgust, that I went to meet with Minister Contreras to share with him what had happened. And he said clearly that we don't have environmental clearance, so he didn't think that he could accommodate the signing of the definitive agreement. I pointed out that the Harvest Key agreement had been signed without them first getting environmental clearance. The long and short of that is that Minister Contreras got back to us and said, if we are prepared to implement certain conditions precedent, including that in the absence of environmental clearance, the document is not enforceable, then he would sign it. And that is what he signed. It's the document that he signed really was of no value to us, because without environmental clearance, we had nothing to stand on.
Because that was a prerequisite.
Yes. The MOU speaks extensively about the need for environmental clearance.
You asked your attorney to draft the definitive agreement before the that was the reason why you had asked the attorney to draft the definitive agreement before you got that
Correct.
impact assessment. During the drafting of the definitive agreement, was there any active participation of persons in Ministry of Finance, persons in investment, in the actual drafting of that agreement?
As far as I know, the Attorney General's ministry was involved. Certainly, Mr. Morales, David Morales, was very much involved. I think he did the primary drafting. I think he was the scribe. But I know he was back and forth with the Attorney General's ministry quite a bit. I can tell you that lawyers from Boskalis in the Netherlands were also brought in to the discussion, and copies of drafts shared with them and so on. And we ultimately came up with a document that everyone seemed to be in agreement with.
Is this normal that these agreements would be drafted then perhaps presented to government, or is it there are negotiations that takes place prior and then an agreement is drafted? I mean, how is that normally done? Could you maybe shed some light on that?
If you know what your project entails, and especially the scope of the capex and the fiscal incentives that are needed, the benefits, you write that into it, and it's up to the Attorney General's ministry to review it and sign off on it if they accept it, or to create inputs themselves. And I assume that was done. I was not the one handling the writing and the negotiations of the definitive agreement. But there was a lot of back and forth that I'm aware of. And it got to the point where we had a document that we thought was acceptable, only to be told that I can't sign it because it doesn't have environmental clearance. Initially, the draft presumed that we would have had environmental clearance. When we did not get it, that was altered. The agreement was amended to take that out and to put that condition precedent in there, which basically states that we must get environmental clearance before the document is enforceable.
Who from the AG's ministry or person or persons would have been involved in the drafting or in the negotiations?
That I wouldn't know, Senator.
So you're saying that there were persons directly from the Attorney General's ministry who were involved in the drafting of that agreement, along with Mr. Morales and Boscalis?
I am saying that I assume that that is the case.
Okay. You submitted a proposed agreement to the government on June 21st, 2020, I believe.
Submitted a what?
The draft agreement. I believe you submitted
The draft definitive agreement?
Yes. To the, I believe the chair, you said you had emailed or sent it to the chair and the other members of the cabinet subcommittee?
That email of any draft document like that would have been submitted by Mr. Morales.
Oh, by Mr. Morales. Okay. Did you receive a response after that was submitted, or did Mr. Morales receive a response?
I think you'd have to ask him that. I believe he did actually, but I can't be certain of that.
During this whole process, were you in direct communications? I know you mentioned that you had some communication with the chair of the committee. Were you also in communication with Mr. Contreras during this whole time? Was he an active player in the process?
No, he was not an active player in all the meetings that we had with the CSCI and the correspondence with them and the many meetings we had with them. And I mean, I had conversations with Minister Contreras, and he made it very clear that he was her boss and that she was doing her job and that he was her boss. Minister of State, I believe her title was.
Sorry, sir?
Minister of State, I believe her title was.
I'm still not hearing what you said.
Minister of State, I believe her title was.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Other than the condition, as you call it, condition precedent that was required, was there any changes in terms of the agreement, the fiscal terms that were being proposed in the definitive agreement? Was there any pushback on any of those?
No, and Senator, just let me say, and let's try to be very clear about this. If this country expects to have progress, if we expect foreign direct investment, major project, infrastructural, agricultural, whatever it is, whoever are the developers and the companies behind those projects expect to get the same kind of fiscal incentives, benefits, packages of benefits that we got. We didn't invent this. Companies in Belize have been getting this same kind of fiscal incentive for decades. And I'm sure that companies in Belize today and tomorrow will continue to get fiscal incentives. And it's a must. If we don't provide packages of fiscal incentives to investors who are prepared to put up $200, $300, $400 million, they're going to take their money somewhere else. They don't need to bring money to Belize. There are lots of places where they can get returns without the fight and the hassle and the aggravation that, you know, they're now having in Belize.
Right. These terms that is in this agreement or are in this agreement, are these reflective of what had taken place in the development down south? The name of it slips me at this point. The Harvest Key. Does it mirror what was offered in Harvest Key?
I don't know that it mirrors Harvest Key, but I think the benefits are effectively the same. There may be one section that is somewhat different, and I believe it was the tax stabilization clause that we insisted on putting in there. And that is a clause where we can't be operating in a vacuum when a government chooses to implement new taxes on you after you've invested $400 million. It kills the project. You know, a good example is the head tax for cruise passengers. If we project that we'll have to collect X amount of tax from every passenger coming to amortize our debt, and all of a sudden a new government comes into power and says, well, no, I want $50 a person for a head tax. The cruise lines are not going to come. And, you know, that sort of eventuality would kill the project. And the tax stabilization clause was intended to make sure that that could not happen.
I know for the DPA there's some specific
Mr. Bennett is reminding me that the tax exemptions for State Bank are for 25 years, and they're very, very similar to those within our definitive agreement.
Your one was 30 years.
30 years and about double the capital expenditure that State Bank was expecting at that time.
Okay. I know for example, like the DPA, or what was then, the DPA, I said, I know that for the DPA, what was formerly the EPZ, you know, there was a specific package of incentives. I imagine because of the nature of this type of project, it's a little different. And that's why I had asked if there was any pushback, if there was any comeback from the administration in, hey, you know, you're proposing this incentive here, but I don't really like it, or I'm not comfortable with it. Could you change it? Did you have that type of conversation?
There was one clause in there which I think we may have stretched it, and it was about a 25-year concession, which was intended to be on the mainland of Belize only. And that concession was intended to be just for duty-free shopping. We knew that that was a bit over the top, and we didn't think it would be drafted into the act when it was prepared. We never had any problem if it was taken out.
Mm-hmm. Did Mr. Contreras have any inputs during the whole drafting of the agreement?
Well, he was the one who said to me that he could not sign it if it featured environmental clearance, and he was the one that said that we had to amend it to ensure that you know, these condition precedents be placed in it, including a condition precedent that we must first get environmental clearance for it to be valid. That came from him.
And he was probably getting that from one of the eight requirements that the cabinet subcommittee
could have been. I assume that he was getting it from perhaps someone in the Attorney General's office.
Could you maybe take us, I know that you had covered it briefly, but maybe, could you maybe take us to the day when the agreement was signed? I mean, you mentioned that, you know, once you had cleared what you call the condition precedent, Mr. Contreras agreed to sign, since the chair of the committee, well, he is a substantive minister, as you mentioned. Once that was clear, he said, just bring it and I'll sign it. Was there any other ministers, any other persons there that day? I mean,
I was told that it could be signed on such and such a date. I came to Belmopan and it was signed.
Was there any press release, any type of public statements that day? That
Senator, I don't think there is a press release for any definitive agreement that has been signed by any minister of any government of this country. It is never something that is publicized. This definitive agreement became scandalous because certain people wanted to get it out there and make it scandalous. There are lots of other definitive agreements around the country that we hear nothing about and seek no information on because it's none of our business.
Was there any request that this be kept under wraps in terms of public?
You know,
I mean,
I'm glad you asked that because the suggestion has constantly been that we try to hide it, and that is totally not true. BTIA had a full-day function in Belize City, and I think it was May of 2022. I was invited to make a presentation, as was Dr. Dion Chamberlain on behalf of Port of Belize, as was Mr. Feinstein on behalf of State Bank. Dr. Chamberlain and I showed up, Mr. Feinstein did not. On that day in my presentation, and I can show you that because I know it's available somewhere, BTIA has it, I said publicly that we had a definitive agreement that had been signed on such and such a day and that we had environmental clearance which had been signed, I think, maybe a year before that. I did not attempt to hide the fact that we had a definitive agreement. Other mischief makers were the ones who alluded to the fact or alluded to the suggestion that it was being hidden. We don't go out there and hang up a document like that in public. I mean, from the business sector, you must know of other businesses that are in a similar situation.
When, and I know that all this was happening almost around the time of elections, and so then there was a change of government, and like what you mentioned at the last hearing, you were expecting this change. I think you were anticipating it given that, you know, what you were hearing on the ground, or what you were experiencing on the ground. When the new administration came in, was it you who made them aware that this agreement existed, or they came to you and said that it
Yes, I did.
Oh, you.
Yeah, I wrote to the Prime Minister and all the other senior ministers and let them know that we had this agreement, that it had been signed with the conditions precedent. You know, the fact that we had been to our third NIAC meeting and that we look forward to having further meetings of the NIAC, which we hope would grant the environmental clearance that we knew was needed to get the project off the ground.
Right. How, I think that election was November of 2020, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe November 11th, yes.
Yeah. November is sometimes impresses me a little. Not all the time. But yes, so it was in November of 2020. When do you believe you would have briefed them that this agreement existed?
Probably a week later.
A week later. So it was very early in their tenure.
I don't remember the exact date, but as soon as it was obvious that they had taken the reins of Belmopan, I sent them an email with copies of documents, I believe, and congratulated them, of course, and let them know that this this project was in the pipeline. If you recall, I said to you when I was last here that representatives from Boscalis came back to Belize in January. And once again, we took freshly dated equity commitment letters and delivered them to Prime Minister Briceño in his Belmopan office.
Would have been similar to what you had done with the former Prime Minister?
Pardon?
I said it would have been similar to the letters you had presented to the former Prime Minister.
Almost letter for letter, word for word. Just freshly dated and addressed to different people.
How was it received by the new administration? I mean, did they look at the project scornfully? I mean, thinking that, well, it was done by a previous administration, we don't want to have anything to do with it, we want to redo it over. How was it received?
I think it was received quite well, but there was that element.
Okay.
And I think that element still exists.
And from there it went then where it was where it was presented to cabinet, and then
Well, I mean, before that, we had to have a fourth NEAC meeting, which I think was February 2nd of 2021. And it took quite some time before the DOE, who normally speaks on behalf of NEAC, got back to me. And when they did, they said that the ECP would have to be implemented in phases. And that's exactly what was done. And there was a bit of back and forth between myself and Boscalis and them at that point. And got to the point where I think April 8th or 9th, they said, we're ready to sign. Because we had agreed on the different phases that they had presented. You know, our ECP has all kinds of great things in it, including a management plan for which we paid over $100,000. Unfortunately, the operational guidelines of that management plan apply only to our area of influence. I think the NGO community center should take that management plan and have it implemented countrywide. Protect manatee everywhere in Belize, not just in our area of influence. It is a very good plan. It was prepared by Paul and Zoe Walker of Wild Tracks, who have the Manatee Rehab Center in Sartaneja. The benefits of that plan need to be implemented countrywide.
were you promised by the current administration that they would be taking legislation to Parliament to get to?
Yes. As they're obliged to do through the definitive agreement. The definitive agreement speaks to the fact that they are obliged to do that.
So you were a little taken aback, I imagine, when the cabinet meeting turned out the way it did.
Well, I was taken aback that it took them so long to come up with something, and then, yes, I was taken aback when we heard the results of it.
That's all I have, sir. Thanks.
A lot of mischief makers all over the place.
Thank you, Senator Herrera. Senator Denison?
Morning, Mr. Gag.
Morning.
You have water and everything?
Well, I could use a refill. I'm having to talk a lot more than I
Mr.
normally
Frank?
do.
Could you please get Mr. Gag some water?
I can go get it, John.
We'll assist you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gag, I want to confess something to you. I no understand nothing about this thing. So I need you to give it to me in a small change. Alright? I stay in my lane and I no understand about fiscal incentives and EIA and that kind of thing. Alright? So I'll try to ask you the questions that will help to paint for me and for the Belizean public what really is going on with the Portico agreement, right? The Portico project. So I want to start by asking you to help us to understand why a project like yours would need a definitive agreement.
Because today it represents capital expenditure of approximately $400 million. And no one is going to put up that kind of money if they don't feel that they can safely get returns on it, adequate returns on it. And that some new rogue government might come in and attempt to change the benefits under that definitive agreement, under an act that stems from that definitive agreement. The act that comes out of it is actually more important than the definitive agreement itself. But you have to give investors confidence that if they're going to invest their money in Belize, they will be able to get the returns that they expect. It's a type of agreement that I think Senator Herrera can share with us, is commonplace in businesses, especially those that launch major projects, infrastructural projects especially.
So, is it fair to say then that the definitive agreement really is there to sort of outline the government's commitments?
I think that's a major part of what it's there to do.
And you're suggesting to us that that is done by way of legislation later on?
Yes, that is correct. I mean, if you look at the State Bank situation, they had a definitive agreement which was later passed as an act in Parliament. And their act, among other things, says that there is no exclusivity. And I guess that's because certain people there were trying to squeeze in exclusivity, despite the fact that they're the ones that had gone to the Supreme Court of Belize and had exclusivity quashed. I believe that was October 20th of 2015. So they wanted to get rid of exclusivity, which FSTB had at the time, but then they wanted to have their cake and eat it as well and see elements of exclusivity brought back in for them.
We presume?
I think that's clear.
Okay.
I've seen affidavits to that effect.
Fair enough. What would you say are some of the key, I see you told us about two factors that you would have liked to see in the act to protect the interest that you told us about?
Well, tax stabilization in a different form.
You have to give me that one in a small change, please, because I write that down for us what that means.
So we get a package of fiscal incentives, and they say you're exempt from this tax and this tax and
Sorry,
this tax and other tax.
start at the top. What fiscal incentive, like what that mean in a small change?
It means that the government gives you incentives whereby you don't have to pay these taxes. But a rogue government could come to power and create a new tax. The example I gave was the head tax for cruise passengers. You know, right now it might be $5 a head. But somebody comes in and says, well, I want it to be $50. So they implement that tax that is much higher, and quite frankly, a tax of that magnitude would drive the cruise industry away. So if that tax stabilization clause were not in there, and this rogue government came to power, and you know, certain people have said, you know, cancel everything we've done anyhow. So if that rogue government came to power and adjusted the tax situation to the point where we could no longer service our obligations, our financial obligations, the investors looking at that would make no attempt to invest in a scenario where, quite frankly, you could be screwed to that extent.
Understood. Would it then be prudent to parallelly draft the law while you're drafting the definitive agreement?
Well, we can't draft the law. That's up to the government and whoever their drafters are, Attorney General's office and so on. The law would have to be based, for the most part, on the content of the definitive agreement. And, you know, it can't be inclusive of everything in the definitive agreement. There have to be some agreements between certain parties within, you know, branches of government and the company. But the law is intended to ensure that we can get the benefits that are needed to convince investors that they can risk putting money in Belize.
Okay, so you lost me a little bit. Earlier you were telling us that Mr. Feinstein's definitive agreement became the law.
Yes. But his definitive agreement would say 25 pages. I think the law is...
And it included a law?
pages. No. The law that came out of that definitive agreement was a lot shorter and more to the point, bullet points, and was maybe 5 or 6 pages.
Okay, so you already have an idea of the things you want, the exemptions you want these are tax exemptions, yes, to go through the parliament and you attach those to your definitive agreement.
I think the way it would work is that whoever is drafting the act for the government would look at our definitive agreement and extract that information and put it into the act.
No, but that's a government. I asked about you. So you knowing that
But the
would
government
try
is the
to
one-
ensure that
The government
you
is the
put
one that has to draft the act.
right. So I understand the act. The question I'm asking you is about you know that's generally how it will work. So then a prudent businessman would sort of make sure that in the definitive agreement you would include those provisions that you want. Yes? So what sort of negotiation occurs with the terms of definitive agreement then?
The negotiations within the definitive agreement would be more with the law firm and the Attorney General, or the Attorney General's ministry.
But there's a starting point. Do you make proposals?
Yes, we prepared a definitive agreement, as was done by Morales Perifit Law Firm, and that is submitted to the Ministry of the Attorney General, and then the back and forth starts.
Right.
We end up with a document that we felt was acceptable to everyone, and that is what was submitted to Mr. Perifit, Fantan, and Contreras.
And that process would try to include an understanding of the government's ability, like what all the government can agree to within the law.
And that's why you rely on lawyers who have that expertise.
I'm not very fond of them. Being one myself, right? So
Well,
I have to face him in the mirror every day.
yeah.
The next question I have then, Mr. Geg, is do you have environmental clearance?
Yes, we do.
Do you have, how is that recorded? How do you know that you have environmental clearance?
Well, as I've said, I attended 4 meetings of the NIA. First one was June 24th, 2020, August 28th, 2020, October 15th, 2020, February 2nd, 2021. Each of those...
What's the last date?
Pardon?
What's the last date?
I think it was February 2nd of 2021.
Right.
Each of those, were steps in the right direction, even though the one of August 28th said approved. After the meeting of October 15th, I think we had to prepare a supplemental data to our, we had to prepare an addendum to our supplemental data that we submitted towards the meeting of August 28th. So there are really 4 different sets of documents. There's the full EIA, long list of annexes, supplemental data to the EIA, and an addendum to the supplemental data.
And these are in writing?
Everything is in writing, yeah. And they're all available on the website of the DOE.
Is the approval letter available on the website?
The ECP is available on the website, minus the signatures and the amounts that we are expected to pay to the government by way of annual environmental monitoring fees.
Sorry. You said the unsigned version. What's the significance of that?
Well, it's not the unsigned. They blank out the signature.
Oh,
And
they redacted the
underside.
signatures.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what Crawford could say. That's the approval letter after,
Yes.
after the document.
Yes.
So you got
Got
environmental clearance.
that. Yes.
And you got a document with the signatures.
Correct.
So you sure you got environmental clearance?
And all my lawyers tell me that.
All the lawyers tell you. And having that now, it means then that you have fulfilled the condition precedent for the definitive agreement.
That is correct.
The lawyers tell you that too.
Of course.
Who are these lawyers?
Oh my God. 1, 2, 3, lots of them. But our primary law firm for this transaction has been initially Morales Perafit and now Morales and Company.
Morales and
of
Company.
which Mr. Bennett is a member.
Okay, understood. Okay, so understood completely. That's what I want. So now I understand from what you've said that as of when you got your approval, time begins to run for the government to do certain things. What's your understanding of, and please Mr. Gig, remember, you have to give me the thing in a small change, right? I represent the workers and like that, and all we know understand their kind of jargons. So if you could help us to understand, having the definitive agreement now and the condition precedents fulfilled, what does that mean you are entitled to? Oh, sorry, Portico is entitled to.
It really means that we're entitled to all the benefits
What that means?
under the definitive agreement, all the tax holidays and fiscal incentives and exemptions and tax stabilization and so on. That's what it means.
I want to just backtrack a little bit, all right? You told us the last time that you had the approval for the environmental compliance plan before the election verbally. That's verbal?
I was told that we had approval of our ECP.
But they didn't sign that one?
I never saw a document.
Okay. And that leading up to the elections, people text you certain things. You remember that?
No, it wasn't a text.
Sorry?
It wasn't a text.
Oh, it's a call. Okay. And you suggested to this Honorable House that you made a certain interpretation of it to get it approved.
And I'm glad to see your legal advisor is here right now because he likes it. No call, no name.
No, I know that's a call name. No. I wouldn't do that. I will, but so there must have been great value in getting the NIAC approval. Otherwise, the project dead.
Project dead.
All right.
At that point, the project
At that
was
point,
dead.
the project would have been. It's nothing without the environmental compliance plan. That's what you call it, ECP.
Yeah, ECP. Yeah.
So you must have been very confident that just wait out this crowd till November.
You got it.
You had a crystal
The
ball.
handwriting was on the wall. Let's put it that
The
way.
handwriting was on the wall. Were you approached by any members of the incoming government for such a assistance before the election?
No, sir.
Did you approach any members of the incoming government for such consideration?
No, sir.
Why you told us about Boscales and the agreement? Could you explain how that agreement, I don't know for butter nobody, that's my understanding.
Well, I mean, I think it's a fairly accepted agreement when you're doing business with large international companies such as Boscales and others, and they make it clear that if you do anything like that, we can potentially be out, you can be out, you kill your relationship with us. And we weren't about to do that.
So you made no campaign finance contributions on behalf of Portico?
No.
The letters you told Senator Herrera you wrote to the new government, right? Those, my understanding is like lobbying, yes? You're lobbying the new government to bring on board your project?
I don't know if I would call it lobbying. I mean, they were aware that this project had been in the pipeline for quite some time to come. I know people in the new government, have known them for decades. They were aware of what was happening. It wasn't a question of lobbying so much as it was filling them in on what had happened, including requesting a meeting with Prime Minister Vicente so that the representatives of Boscalis could come to Belize, as they did in January of 2021, and present new letters of equity commitment to the new government.
How would they have been aware of your project?
Who's that?
This day you said not to call name.
Well, I think everybody in Belize was aware of the project.
Oh, sorry, I must have lived under a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean...
By they you mean the new members of the government? The people who formed the new government?
I think they were certainly aware of it. I mean, let's face it, there was a lot of challenges from certain people. I remember one guy in particular saying, I have always 150% support State Bank.
This is a member of the new
Well,
government?
that was a member of the old government.
The old government.
I'm sure we all know who we're talking about.
I don't, sorry Mr. Geg, like I genuinely don't know.
You have to come out of the rock.
Yeah, that rock is huge. So, Mr. Geg, this new government, do they have a similar structure as it relates to analyzing investments and like that as the old government? I think you call it a committee, a subcommittee?
I think they do. I mean, the players have changed, but I think you have people who carry out the same roles. And I think they have good people.
Are you aware of who those people would be that would consider your project?
Well, I think people within the Ministry of Finance certainly would be considering the project. Minister Mala, Ministry of Tourism, was a lot more involved with the new government coming into power than was the previous Minister of Tourism, who really didn't have anything to do with it, other than maybe meeting him at conferences and shows where he was always there. But he didn't seem to have a handle on his project as it relates to what was being done by the previous government. I'm talking about Minister Heredia.
Okay, thanks. I was going to ask you who was that. So, Minister of Tourism, one of the people who would look at a project like this. Who else would be looking at a project like this? We're talking about post the election, yes? Who else would be looking at a project like this?
Well, certainly Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Lands, because we have to create a road of 6.5 miles from the George Price Highway to our site. Mining unit, because of some of the studies that we've had to undertake, Department of the Environment. And as I said the last time I was here, and I'll say it again today, I mean, our teams are at the site carrying out exercises, relative to mangrove counting and that sort of thing, relying on artificial intelligence, drones, and now they're actually literally counting piece by piece and tree by tree.
Mr. Geg, I want to ask you to please pull the mic a little bit closer because this ear is
I'm so
kind
sorry.
of... Thank you. You said something about mangrove something right there last year. The people are on the ground...
Counting mangroves.
Counting mangroves.
Yes. The height of the tree, the width of the stump, the number of leaves, the type of leaves,
Why are they doing that?
because we know that we need to do it to earn the respect of international players who see the clearing of mangrove as an issue, and we want to ensure that our ultimate plan for this project minimize the removal of mangrove, even though it's our plan to replant it.
Okay.
But a lot of people have a problem with eliminating mangrove to create what's known as a dewatering site for your dredge spoils.
Please, like, yeah, confuse me further if we start talking about that. So I just want to ask you about the process for taking a project of this magnitude to Parliament. What is your understanding of how that happens through the Portico project?
Well, we have the definitive agreement. It's going to be up to, I guess, the Prime Minister to determine whether he'll accept it. You know, he already seems to have trashed it in Parliament. Or whether we sit down and negotiate an alternative document that's acceptable to both of us. I'm not looking to fight with these guys. We're open to coming up with a substitute document that basically achieves the same thing. It's necessary if the project is to materialize.
I'm not following, because earlier you told us you have an enforceable definitive agreement.
That's correct. The government has drafted a new act,
Okay.
which I think has been leaked to the media.
I haven't
Because
seen it.
I've seen it on Channel 7.
Okay.
That act, if acceptable to us, could become an alternative to an act that would be passed in Parliament based on our definitive agreement.
Would that be giving you less or more benefits?
It won't be giving us less.
Sorry?
It won't be giving us less.
It would be giving
It's intended to at least give us the same
the same
benefits
as
as what is encompassed in the definitive agreement.
your definitive agreement?
Correct. The big issue was the tax stabilization clause.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's being rewritten in a way that it doesn't say that, we have to pay the taxes to the government and then the government has to give them back at the end of the year, which is how it was in the original definitive agreement. Basically, it says that if any new taxes are implemented, 5, 10 years from now, that we would be exempt from those as well.
For the period of your definitive agreement?
Well, it depends on what the period of the act would be, because that could change.
So, how did that come about? This new... You sent a letter, yes? Like, what
Well, a few people decided to describe our definitive agreement as scandalous.
Well, it was spelt wrong.
Well,
I
that's
found
my
that
fault.
I
That's
found
my
that
fault.
scandalous.
That was only
tell you
on
the
the
truth.
cover.
Yeah, like I was
I
like,
take
eh.
responsibility for that.
Okay.
Spell check.
Okay. But other than the scandalous spelling at the front, what is seen to be scandalous about it?
I think it was political grandstanding.
No, like in your opinion,
That's my opinion.
you think it's
I
a
think it
fine
was
agreement?
political grandstanding. I don't think there's anything scandalous in it.
Sorry, now I have to ask you. So who thinks it's scandalous?
Well, we saw several people say so.
I know what,
in the
I
news.
don't own a TV, no, Mr. Geg.
You know what?
I don't own a TV. I don't own a television set. So I don't watch news. So help me understand. Who is saying your agreement is scandalous?
Well, the two people who I recall saying that most vociferously was Minister Espat and Minister Mala.
Minister Espat?
Yes, Julius Espat.
Oh,
He, by the way, was the architect of record for State Bank.
okay, understood.
Okay.
Understood. I could see a possible reason why there. The duty-free that you were telling us about, the duty-free shopping on mainland, you want to continue with that?
We will have duty-free shopping. You can't have a cruise port and not have it, but we don't expect exclusivity of that.
What do you mean by that?
The original definitive agreement alluded to having exclusivity within a 25-mile radius. That's not on. That's not going to happen.
Just for duty-free shopping?
Yes.
Anything else for exclusivity?
That was it, as far as I recall.
Just for duty-free shopping?
Yeah, I mean, certainly we have to have duty-free shopping. Any cruise port, every cruise port will have duty-free shopping. But the exclusivity clause, we never expect that that would be drawn into the act itself.
But you put it in, right?
Try.
Try a lot. I see. I understand how this thing is working. So a little bit better. So, did you try your luck with any other sort of exemptions that you thought, well, throw it and see if it stick?
Well, I think the tax stabilization clause was perhaps a bit of that. Because what seemed offensive about that was the fact that if a new tax is implemented, we would have to pay it, but the government would be obliged to reimburse us at the end of the year. That is what seemed offensive to a lot of people. The new draft basically says that if there are new taxes 5-10 years from now, that those would also be exempt for this project.
Oh, I could see you would want that because the government wouldn't pay you any interest on the tax that you paid in when they give you it back.
Exactly.
Right? See, I understand a little bit better.
But I mean, I think people saw it as, oh, we'll pay the tax and then the government has to reimburse us. I think that's what was offensive to a lot of people.
To your mind, that's just like a grandfathering you to safeguard your investment for future prospects of understanding there will be no change in the tax structure that you have at the time when you are approved going forward. That's the purpose?
Senator, the success of a project like this depends entirely on the cruise lines who bring their passengers to us, what they have to pay to bring those passengers to us, and how many passengers they can bring. There were two issues that arose. One was the prospect of a rogue government increasing the tax ridiculously to say $50, $100 a person. The cruise lines would stop coming because they don't pay that kind of tax anywhere. The other was the prospect of a rogue government saying, well, as of next year, you can only accommodate ships of 2,000 people instead of 6,000 people. And if you can only accommodate ships of 2,000 people instead of 6 and 7, as is the trend in the industry, we would never get enough through flow of passengers to justify the investment should such a change in the tax structure take place. The investors would not put their money in because they know that they would not be able to service the obligations.
So it's fair then to say you're just trying to make sure that the future government doesn't kill the goose that lays the golden egg.
That is precisely what we were doing, and to make the project bankable today.
I want to ask you this question because I think I recall you saying at the last time that there's a certain amount of passengers you need in your terminal for its viability. Something like that. You tell us that?
Yeah, and I mean it depends on what the ultimate cost of the port will be. That is yet to be determined because we are trying to create technical ways of reducing the impact to mangrove. It is actually taking up the capex of the project because alternate ways of disposing of a high percentage of the dredge spoils will increase the overall cost of the project.
To like what? Like what's like the ceiling? When will Buscales decide that too much money?
Say that again, Pete?
Based on your projection, right? Right now, how much do you project this project to cost?
We're looking at about 400 million US right now.
400 million.
Correct.
So,
We know that to amortize the value of this project, we need to get about 1.8 million cruise passengers, probably the second year of operation, paying us a head tax of approximately $25 a person, $5 of which will go to the government.
what's the current head tax?
It's $7, of which $3 goes to the government and $4 goes to FSTV.
How much do you say the new project needs?
Our new project, 400 million,
No, head tax.
we're looking at a head tax of about 25.
So you want to increase the head tax?
No, we don't want to increase the head tax because the higher the head tax is, the less likely you're going to get support from the cruise industry.
But you have support at $25
We believe we have support at $25 a head.
for the amount of cruise passengers that you need?
Yes.
Oh, you said you met with the cruise bigwigs in Miami.
Frequently. I have a call with them every week. And then I go to Miami probably once a month.
How many passengers do we have now coming to the country?
Glad that one you asked. You know, I was able to access a lot of information on the cruise industry a few days ago. Last time I was here on May 8th, CLIA, Cruise Line International Association, was having their annual meeting, and they put out a lot of data on the cruise industry. And let me refer to a couple
The mic is off.
So CLIA was conducting its annual report and released many details which included the following. The cruise industry anticipates an increase in capacity of 10% annually between 2024 and 2028. The Caribbean, our region, is expected to realize 41.1% of global deployment in that period of time. Belize, unfortunately, is the exception for the Caribbean. Cruise arrivals to Belize City in 2024 are forecasted at 630,598 passengers, a decline of 8% from last year, and a decline of 20% based on 2019 arrivals. And unfortunately, the forecast for Belize is even worse because the cruise lines are all transitioning to their new and larger ships, which will not come to Belize.
So,
So
Mr.
until
Ging,
we create facilities where those ships can dock.
right. So, I might. So, I want to ask Mr. Ging. So, where are you getting next 1.2 million passengers from? Sorry, I don't have a calculator, but I think you say you need like
Okay.
1.8
Yeah.
and 600,000 to come.
No, that's what's coming now. But you see, they're coming now because the smaller ships can still come to Belize. So those passengers who are coming around on the smaller ships, what is intended by the cruise industry that they be able to deploy their much newer and larger ships to Belize. And one ship today, for instance, might be 2,000 or 3,000 passengers, whereas a new ship of tomorrow will be 6,000 or 7,000 passengers.
So, I know you have a cadre of lawyers. So, complementing that is usually a cadre of accountants, numbers people,
Yes,
right? Number,
yes.
I'm not good at numbers. So, have you sat down with your numbers people? Like, how are you being guided by that this is a good investment?
We do scenarios continuously.
Sorry?
I say we do scenarios continuously.
What that
You know,
mean?
what if we have a commitment from 1.2 and not 1.8, and the capex remains at 400 or goes up a bit? Then the head tax will have to be 32 or 34 or 35. But you want to be able to keep the head tax down because you want to make the destination attractive to the cruise lines. Remember that coming to a port for them represents a cost. However, once they come to Belize, they make money by selling shore excursions and availing themselves of the attractions in the country, in Cayo, in San Ignacio, Jaguapa, you know, up and down the coast, Bermuda Landing, the Barrier Reef. That's how they make money. That's what attracts them to come to Belize.
So we need $15 more per person for 1.2 million more people coming only to your port to make your project viable?
FSTV was a acquisition of $18 million by the present owners. So if you want to extrapolate a bit, the cruise tax of $7 to $18 million is what you would compare to our head tax, say, of 25 to 400 million.
I don't understand. Yes or no?
The cost that was incurred by the owners of FSTV was $18 million. To amortize that cost, they charge a head tax of $7, 4 of which they keep, 3 goes to the government. And based on the number of passengers that are coming to Belize today, last year, the year before, they were able to amortize that relatively small capex of 18 million over the traffic of cruise passengers who have been coming for the last 20 years. Our project, which is not going to be a tender port and which requires a channel and a docking facility where ships can dock, which is what the cruise lines want and expect, is a lot more costly than $18 million.
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah. So if you want to be able to convince investors to help you find that money, you have to convince them that you have commitments from the cruise lines who are prepared to pay you so much ahead, say 25 for argument's sake, and I'm going to commit to bring you 600,000 passengers a year, and the other cruise line is going to do the same thing, and the other cruise line is going to do the same thing. So cumulatively, we need, say, 1.8 million passengers paying $20, $25 a head to justify the capital expenditure.
And do you have that commitment is my question.
We are fairly confident we have it. The environment of late has not been conducive to giving them confidence in Belize. And we need to start building back confidence with the cruise industry to assure them that they can make the commitments that are needed for us to generate the capital expenditure to get this project functioning.
I'll ask you a frank question, Mr. Gig. How much longer can you continue without this approval before you cut your losses? Please put on the mic for me.
That's a good question.
Because you need to know, because you say it could be profitable in this. So I just want to know, like this is a certainty, like, I mean, as certain as your accountants can tell you, like, what's happening there?
Well, the numbers are a certainty. But the big problem right now is confidence in Belize.
What do you mean by that?
There's just been too much noise in the room over the last 6 to 9 months. And I mean, if I were to show you some of the letters that have been sent to the cruise lines by certain people whose name I won't call, you would be shocked.
So I want to suggest to you, Mr. Gig, you haven't convinced me yet because I asked you about the numbers, right? Just simple numbers. Like you have to break it down for me, right? We need, your project to be successful needs 1.8 million passengers paying $25 per head. That's what you're saying to this committee?
That's correct, yes.
And what's the top in the region for a comparable project?
What's the what?
What's the comparable amount of passengers for a comparable destination in this region? Like how much passengers for the, I don't know, one of them place wrong here to bring in?
All right. Nassau. Nassau used to be a cruise/commercial port. It started going downhill rapidly years ago. The government of the Bahamas realized that I have to move my commercial port from adjacency to my cruise port. They did that. They invited RFPs from companies who were prepared to invest in the port of Nassau.
Sorry, what
improving it,
RFPs mean?
upgrading it. And a company by the name of Global Port Holdings, which is very, very interested in Belize, won the tender to upgrade the port in Nassau. I think they spent $350 million, and today Nassau is generating about 4.5 million cruise passengers a year.
4.5.
4.5 million.
Okay.
Cozumel in 2019 was 4.9.
Okay. And these were the same ships that will come to Belize?
Yes.
What's your projection for your port to be able to get?
Well, we can't really compare ourselves to Nassau and Cozumel.
So don't tell me that then. Tell me one comparable.
But there are no comparables.
Tell me one comparable. Like,
well, we are a strong destination. I mean, we offer something that Nassau and Cozumel cannot offer, a lot more. But a lot of itineraries from all the cruise lines are 3- and 4-night itineraries out of Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Galveston. People love to jump on a cruise on a Friday, party all weekend, and get back in port on Monday. Very, very popular.
can't come to Belize with that.
Belize is too far. The shortest itinerary from which Belize could benefit would be 5 days.
5 days.
Yeah.
Right now, how many passengers they do the 5-day trips?
Well, this year Belize is going to see about 630,000
No Belize.
passengers.
Everybody.
Let me refer to the statistics that I got out of CLIA a few days ago. I think this year the Caribbean is going to see 31.7 million passengers. The Caribbean.
Caribbean.
Yeah.
And that is, how many of that can come in a loop that comes to Belize?
I think it's quite feasible for Belize, being primarily a 7-night itinerary that the cruise lines would offer from Miami or Galveston, New Orleans. I think it's quite feasible for us to see 1.8, 2.2, 2.5. I think BTB has come up with a new cruise tourism policy which suggests that by, I believe, 2030, we'd be accommodating 2.5 million. I think that's realistic.
And where would that leave the other ports?
Which other ports?
Harvest Key and like that.
Harvest Key is serviced by Norwegian Cruise Lines, not by anyone else.
So if we take out Norwegian,
Norwegian
how
is
much
not
left?
included in my statistics.
Okay, so that 2.5.
Yeah,
No, that's a BTB statistic
that's
though.
BTB statistics.
So how much you project
For Belize or for us?
for you?
I think for 2030, 2.5 is realistic.
Mr. Geg, I want to ask you this. We can give you some tax exemptions. That's what you're asking the house to do, right?
Correct?
What happens if your business fails?
What
You
happens-
contemplated that idea, right?
You what?
You contemplated the possibility that your business could fail?
All businesses could
Okay,
fail.
okay.
I mean, if we were to have another pandemic, as we did in 2020, it would have a devastating effect not only on the port, but on the cruise industry also. The cruise lines had to literally borrow billions of dollars to stay afloat during COVID. And it's, I wouldn't say it's miraculous, because the industry is very vibrant and dynamic. They're once again doing extremely well. But they had to tap into their ability, their balance sheet, their ability to project into the future, and to be able to borrow billions. I mean billions. I think Carnival was like 30 billion Royal Caribbean was like 22 billion, Norwegian was 16 billion. That is what they had to borrow just because of COVID. And that was on top of other debt that they may have had for having bought ships, over the last 10 years or so. So there are downsides, as there is in all businesses. And the concessions that we get from government have to take those into account and try to mitigate should we have another pandemic down the road or, a devastating hurricane.
So let's talk numbers then, Mr. Geg. You are going to invest 400 million US dollars, yes?
That's the plan, yes.
How much tax exemption you want?
100%.
100%.
Now, when I say that, I'm talking about exemption on the revenues and
The value of the taxes that you want
In
exempted.
addition to that, there are lots of other taxes that are paid. Not to mention taxes that are generating by 7,000 people getting good jobs and going to the shops every week and buying their supplies on which they pay
No,
taxes.
direct under the fiscal incentives, directly exempted. How much do you need?
How much do
you want? How much do you expect that to be?
we expect the exemptions to be 100%, which is what
So the
any-
people of Belize taxes would pay the 400,000 US?
No,
Help me
we
understand,
don't
man.
work like that.
Yeah, how you work?
The fees that we collect from the passengers who are docking at the port,
Uh-huh.
they are the ones who will be reimbursing that capital expenditure. When a ship comes to Belize, if you go out by STB right now, you'll see 50 buses lined up.
Uh-huh.
And you'll see hundreds of people operating as tour guides and drivers and mechanics. Those people are all paying the suppliers on the ground to be able to go to Altunha and St. Antonich and Maya Ruins and the Reef and elsewhere. So there's a tremendous amount of tax benefits generated internally when a ship docks at a port.
So you quantify that for us so we could see the benefits?
Not right now.
Oh, it's just like a speculation right now.
It's not a speculation. We've done some projections of that sort of data.
Not the projections, I want to say.
Yeah.
You could show me that?
Yeah, I can show you some of that. I mean, for example, the CLEAR study says that 45% of all passengers will take a tour, and that the average spend is about $100 a person. I mean, that's money that's being spent on the ground in Belize in a variety of ways. You have a busload of 40 people, that's $4,000 in that bus, and they go and they buy and they spend and they do this and they do that, and they pay entrance fees to niche. The cruise industry is the cash cow for niche.
Excuse me. I would like to suggest that we suspend to give you a break and we resume at 1:30. Senator Dennison, several of your colleagues have additional questions. I know you didn't ask any questions last occasion, so I wanted to give you some leeway, but if there are no objections, can we suspend and give Mr. Geg a chance to regroup, and we resume promptly at 1:30?
As it pleases
Senator, I
you.
don't need a break.
The staff might need a break, though, Mr.
then
Geg.
let's
I-
accommodate the staff.
That's an important detail. I know you
Of
said
course,
earlier you
yeah.
don't
Yeah.
focus on the details, but I have responsibilities. So
Let's
we will
accommodate the
break
staff.
at 12:25 and we will resume sharp 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone. We'd like to resume questioning. Senator Dennison, were you about to wrap, or would you like to take a pause and would you like to proceed?
I could finish in about 5-10 minutes.
Okay,
If
please. And
the
then
senator would permit me.
okay, please go ahead.
Mr. Gege, very limited with time, so I will help me go very quickly. Yes? Who owns Portico?
There are two owners of Portico, myself and Mr. Gulab Sharma, and we're equal shareholders.
100 shares each.
That's correct.
How much money has Portico invested in this project?
You're asking me a very personal question, which I'm probably not going to divulge the answer. We have put in a lot of time and effort and money. My arrangement with Boscal is such that not only cash inputs, but time inputs are recognized as part of development capital.
So you are able to bill Boscales for your time?
No, I don't bill them for my time. I account for my time.
They
And
pay you?
That will come out in the wash.
So they pay you?
No, they don't.
They will pay you?
At financial closing, the inputs that have been made so far will come back through reimbursements of development capital.
So that then they put all the money?
They're putting the majority of the cash, yes.
And you've not put any to date?
Yes, I have.
And but you can't tell me how much?
I don't remember how much. I mean, I can't tell you. It's been a lot.
Okay. Who is Mr. Sharma?
Mr. Sharma is an Indian businessman in the free zone. He's a Belizean. I've known him for a long, long time. He's very entrepreneurial, and he's a perfect fit for me because he
How much money he put?
I would think a few $1 million.
Of his cash?
Yes.
So none of your cash, but
Yes,
Boscales and
I
Sharma?
put in cash as well.
You put in cash?
Yeah.
You just don't want to tell me how much?
That's correct.
All right. 6, 7 figures?
Not 7, but certainly 6.
6.
Yeah.
Okay. High 6, low 6?
High 6.
High 6. For you?
Yes.
The
And many more in time.
right. You hold yourself out to be an expert in port.
I'm not an
Tourism,
expert in anything.
cruise
I
tourism.
just know a bit about this and a bit about that.
No, man. Don't pull the humility card, Mr. Geg. You know a lot about this industry.
I've got a lot of time in the industry. 52 years in tourism and 27 in cruise tourism.
Would that be enough for you to know that what people do in this industry is get these approvals through a government and then flip the business?
That's never been my objective, unlike other people who have done that. My objective is to get this port up and running because I know the benefits it can generate for thousands of Belizean stakeholders. This port can't be successful unless there are thousands of Belizeans who can also benefit.
So when will you cash out?
Well, hopefully, in the short term, but I mean, the way things are going, it might be never.
But you don't have anything in it, you only have time.
Have what?
You only have time in it, which you can build Boscales
No,
for.
I have time and a lot of other inputs, including cash.
But you're keeping tabs on that to get it back from Boscales, yes?
Well, we don't get it back from Boscales. I mean, typically in a project like this, at financial closure, whoever has put capital in will get it back through the capital structure of the project.
So
And
what
it
you-
depends on how the investors look at it and how much of that they will tolerate.
So what you're suggesting to me is that Boscales really make the money?
Boscales' main interest is in getting the dredging contract. They have been prepared to invest millions in development capital, the studies, the geotechnical, the this, the that, the other, because what they want to get out of this project is a contract for the dredging. That's their business, that's what they do. And they have been prepared to front money to get the studies done, to get all the, to help us get the environmental clearances that we have, that are needed before anything can start. But their main goal is getting the dredging and contract for the peninsula.
And the money they would put in, would that go to pay legal fees and so?
With that what?
The money they would put in, that would be for legal fees? They would pay for legal fees?
They didn't pay for any legal fees.
You pay for legal fees?
Yes.
Who have you paid legal fees to?
Morales and Perfit.
Any other law firm?
No.
Have you paid legal fees to any law firm for anyone associated with the government of Belize? Any ministers, law firm?
I don't understand the question. But I mean, I think the answer is no, but I know where you're coming from.
Let me ask the question another way. So the previous law firm you were using was part owned by the current AG, the AG at the time?
Ex-AG, yeah.
Right. So now you have this law firm, what's the, Morales and Co?
Morales and Company.
Morales and Co. Is that your only law firm?
That's the only law firm we're using for this project, yes.
For Portico?
Yes.
And no one in government, current government, you paid any legal fees to?
No.
Okay. Is there any other possibility of conflict that you can think of between Portico and anyone in government?
No.
None at all?
That I can think of, no.
So you are saying to the Belizean people that a cabinet would approve favorably your project solely on the merits of your project?
I think a cabinet would approve our project based on the fact that we have a valid, binding, and enforceable definitive agreement, and that agreement calls for the government to pass an act in support of that definitive agreement.
But you haven't tried to enforce the agreement?
No, I have not. I hope that through negotiations we can get to the point where the outcome is mutually acceptable.
And if I suggest to you that you couldn't enforce that contract, that definitive agreement, you would disagree?
Are you suggesting to me that we could not enforce the agreement?
Yes.
Yes, I would disagree.
You would disagree?
Absolutely.
And that's your legal advice from Morales and Co?
And others.
Who are these others?
Well, we saw an opinion letter provided by Douglas Mendes, very competent.
Did you
qualified.
commission him?
No, absolutely not.
No, I'm asking people you commissioned.
I think that commission came from the government.
No, I'm asking you. You are relying on advice gotten by the government?
No, but I am sharing with you the fact that there is an opinion letter from this learned lawyer, Douglas Mendes, in which he says the definitive agreement is valid and binding.
But he didn't say that to you.
No, but it's public knowledge.
No, but
Would you like me to send you a copy?
You're a businessman. I've seen the other advice too. You're a businessman. You have relied on advice. You're here getting advice from your counsel. You're suggesting to me that you've not made any request for legal advice on the enforceability of your agreement, your definitive agreement, from anyone other than Morales and Company who drafted the said agreement?
Yes. I mean, we've had discussions with other people, but what I've relied on is the information from Morales and Company and from the other opinions that I have seen.
But who, man? Call name.
Douglas Mendes.
This is another talk show.
Douglas Mendes.
No, that you have commissioned.
That I have, no, I haven't commissioned others. I have seen others.
You have seen others.
Yes.
And you are confident in that.
I'm very confident in that.
Mr. Gegg, so are you suggesting that if this project doesn't go through, that you are going to seek court action?
We certainly have that option.
No, I'm asking you.
We'll cross the bridge of whether it goes through or not when we get to that bridge.
But you're suggesting to us that it stalled because of us.
It stalled because of several things, including the cloud that this Senate inquiry has placed over Belize, not just the project. So, you know.
Maybe you can help clarify that cloud then. Let's remove the cloud right now. If you tell the country of Belize, right, who really they're behind Portico, that might clear up the cloud, you don't think so?
Well, you see, the persons who are behind Portico are the ones feeling the impact of that cloud.
Tell me.
The cruise lines. They look at all the nonsense that's going on in Belize, and they have second thoughts about making a commitment to this country. Look, the only way a cruise port is going to work successfully is if you get the cruise lines to buy in. They own the ships. You want them to be your partners so that they are here for the long time, bringing their ships year after year after year. The new ones that are built and commissioned in Miami, you want them coming here. So it's the prudent thing to do, to have the cruise lines on board as your partners.
So, no, the cruise lines are making money with or without Portico, right? So, I asked you about Portico. The people of Belize want to know about Portico. The question the people want to know, this company, will it succeed or will it fail? And I've listened to you. I've heard some very good things about the possibilities of Portico, but people are skeptical about things with possibilities, right? So I want you to address your mind to tell the people of Belize how you know this project could pass, how you know you are making profit.
We need to get our act passed, whether it's an act that reflects the definitive agreement or a new act that is negotiated with the government that basically provides the same level of benefits. Without that, we're wasting our time.
I'll ask you a question, Mr. Gregg, because you've dodged this one and the people really want to know who that the government you talk about, who you negotiate with.
I've had discussions with the Prime Minister, with Mr. Marla, with Minister Coe. They seem to be like a team within the government as to how we move this and possibly other port projects forward.
You mean Senator Coe?
Yes, Senator Coe, yeah.
Okay, what have those discussions been about?
It's been about getting commitments from the cruise lines. That is what is needed.
They can't commit the cruise lines though.
No, they can't. But
So-
a commitment from the cruise line is necessary. And we had one with Royal Caribbean. We were about to get one from other cruise lines. And I think the noise in the room, which I think, we know where the noise came from, it was deliberately orchestrated to scare them off.
So those people you mentioned, are you suggesting to us that they are helping you to negotiate with the cruise lines?
No,
Help me understand. What are they helping
I
you to
am
do?
the one that negotiates with the cruise line. I am sort of like the broker. Have they had meetings with the cruise lines? Yes, they have. We were all in a meeting in Miami, I think back in May of last year. And it was very helpful having government ministers at the table to demonstrate the bona fides of their intention to the cruise industry to hopefully get them on board. After that, it was bombs over Belmopan and everything changed.
Okay, I had a quick question. There's a provision in your definitive agreement that I think the Belizean people concern themselves about because they can't get land, right? Especially the workers of Belize, where it says that one of the duties of the government through the legislation would be to provide or secure the developer access to government land, including seabed, required for the development of the project. You remember you put that in?
I remember that, and that is vital. That's not land that we will get at the expense of Belize people. That is land that is needed to carry out the design and the construction of the port.
How much land that?
The only land we're getting from the government is where the road is to go. And I don't recall the amount of age ring, but it was a road, a two-lane road from the port site to the present Saboon River. The seabed is likely to be about 200 acres, but it's seabed. There's no land there right now.
So these three ministers that you told us about, were they the ones who helped you to get the cabinet memo put through cabinet?
I don't have no cabinet memo put through cabinet. I don't know what happened in cabinet.
You don't know?
I had no idea what happened prior to cabinet and during cabinet, if anything did happen in cabinet.
Are you aware that legislation like yours would normally go through the cabinet?
Yes.
And you're saying to this honorable house that you made no attempts to try to assist that project through cabinet?
I am not capable of drafting legislation.
No, not drafting, lobbying.
Well, I didn't have to lobby. The definitive agreement obliges them to pass the act in Parliament.
If it's enforceable, yes?
once it's valid.
If
yes.
they think it's valid, yeah.
Yes.
So, the Prime Minister showed up on definitive agreement on TV. How did that make you feel?
Means I got 6 years to do something about it.
Sorry?
It means I have 6 years to do something about it.
What do you mean by that?
I won't go there.
No,
You're a lawyer.
I want to, for the Belizean people, remember what that means.
Look,
I asked you earlier if you would sue the government.
Parliament too often is theater. And too often politicians become actors. I think that's what happens there. Prime Minister Briceño is a highly respected politician, been around for longer than most other politicians. I have tremendous respect for him. I don't have a problem with what he did because I know he was playing to a different audience. It's now up to us to sit down and agree on a document that will pass muster with us, with our investors.
I don't understand though, Mr. Gig, because it's either you think you have a definitive agreement that is enforceable or you don't.
We do, and I have said that we're prepared to sit down and negotiate something that is an acceptable alternative, at which point we could mutually dissolve that definitive agreement.
That would mean that you find
only
context.
If we have something that is an acceptable alternative.
That would mean that you would you concede that there could be in your current definitive agreement some things that are offensive.
That's not what I'm conceding.
What are you conceding?
I'm conceding that politicians have decided that they may want to look at it in a different way and create something different to what that is that perhaps more suits their political agenda.
Why would they do that?
Isn't that what politicians do?
One last question, Mr. And this is Chair. Sorry. I have other senators who have a lot of questions for you. So, just to be clear, right? You are saying that you knew that the definitive agreement that was signed would have been conditional on the only point of contention before it was signed by the minister. That's what you're saying to this honorable house?
Run that by me one more time.
Mr. Contreras, your evidence is that he said to you, listen, change up the lead part with the approval and I will sign it.
That's correct.
That's your evidence,
The conditions precedent.
The conditions precedent,
Yes.
right? So, do you think he was acting on his own?
I don't think so. I think he got inputs from someplace, and I felt it was from the office of the Attorney General, from the Ministry of the Attorney General.
You feel that?
I feel that.
Why you think so?
Because of the timeline between when I first met with him and the fact that they said that he had to look into it and to review the situation. He didn't tell me who he was going to reveal it with or review it with, but a few days later he came back and said, this is what I'm prepared to do.
Are you aware of any mechanisms that he had to get through before he did that sort of approval?
That he had to get through?
Right.
No.
You're not aware?
I'm not aware.
So, have you attended any of these subcommittee meetings?
I attended several subcommittee meetings, but none at which he was there.
None where he was there?
No.
What was that discussion there about?
In the subcommittee meetings?
Right, in relation to Portico.
There were several. I mean, engineers came from Holland. They participated in a couple of the meetings. The AG was there. Godwin Holtz was there. Patrick Farber was there. Tracy chaired that meeting. They had a long list of people from Port Authority in the room. They had people from Beltrade. There were about 35 people in the room, and one of them that I recall.
And are you aware that Minister Contreras' signature would then represent the result of that meeting?
I don't think Mr. Contreras' signature had anything to do with that meeting.
So he just signed it? So they have this
the definitive
committee.
agreement
Uh-huh.
had nothing to do with that meeting. That meeting was about a lot of very technical issues. Studies, environmental, quantities of material, navigation, safety. I mean, that's why the Port Authority was there.
So how do you know who was supposed to sign your definitive agreement?
Because Mr. Contreras signed the MOU with us, and he was the Minister of Trade and Economic Development, Petroleum, Investment, blah, blah, blah.
And that made you confident that he was the one to sign it?
Yes. And I knew that he had also signed the one for Harvest Key.
He?
He had also signed the one for Harvest Key.
Okay. And you're aware of the processes they went through for Harvest Key's approval?
Not in any detail.
Okay. But you know that there is a process?
I, speaking from experience, know that there's a process.
And you have suggested to this committee that your project under that administration had the knowledge and input of up to the highest office at that time, the Prime Minister.
Yes,
And also under this new government,
yes.
your project has the knowledge and understanding of the highest office
Well, I would say the highest offices have the knowledge of the project.
of your project.
Yes,
And they support it,
yes,
both parties.
yes.
And you think that's why?
Well, I can't say that the previous party supported it. Yes, we had meetings with PM Barrow, shared letters. It looked like he supported it. He was never involved in the details on a day-to-day basis. So, I mean, I can't say that he was yay or nay. I had no reason to think that he was opposed to it. He had meetings with us on several occasions, including with a representative from Muscaris who had come all the way from Holland. They have an office in Mexico City. That person would come usually for those meetings as well. I mean, a lot of people did a lot of traveling to meet with government officials to try and
And
get
you
this thing off the ground.
maintain that you know about nobody.
I know about nobody.
Honorable. That's very honorable, Mr. Gay. Very, very honorable.
That's why they reject me.
That's why they didn't reject you. But this government is pushing through a law for you.
Well,
You're not
because-
rejected.
because they know that this project is needed, and I think they genuinely want better for Belize.
So you're not rejected, really.
We haven't crossed the finish line yet.
All right, that is it for me, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Senator Bennett Moody.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gagg,
Yeah, you have to look at that.
and your council. We have been here still trying to understand the dynamics of this inquiry. When you were here the last time and I was interviewing you, I was trying to get an understanding as to some of the benefits that this project would have on Belize should it be approved. But I need to go back a little bit more. In terms of understanding the scrutiny, why do you think that this project is under such scrutiny even at this level in the Senate?
The machinations of my competitors. The
Imagination.
machinations of my would-be competitors.
What would be some of those factors? What would be some of those factors that you think they are flagging at this time?
That they are flagging? Well, in the case of State Bank, that they've spent a lot of money, and they know that nothing is likely to happen there. It's an embarrassment to the country. It's a mess. It's sad. It should never have been started in the first place because State Bank was never a location that was suitable for a cruise port. If you look at the history of cruise port developments over the years, in 2004, Carnival tried to do a deal to develop a cruise port at the Port of Belize along with the then owner, Mr. Espat. That fell apart. The then owners of the port, Mr. Espat, and I think with support from Belize Bank, they then tried to also do a cruise port on the mainland of Belize, knowing that the mainland was absolutely necessary. That didn't materialize either, for various reasons which I won't go into. So Mr. Feinstein decides, let me try and bring back State Bank. And as we all now know, it has proven to be a huge mistake. State Bank would have continued to require tendering, and even had he built a causeway to the mainland, it would not have solved the problem, because it would still take a tremendous amount of time to get passengers from State Bank across a causeway, through buses running the narrow streets of Belize City, and ultimately to get them where they want to go. They would have lost 2 hours each way. We have done studies for our location, and I can tell you that compared to the present model of tendering, passengers who get on buses at our location will save 2 hours and 5 minutes. That means they will spend 2 hours and 5 minutes looking at the beauty of Belize, going to the archaeological sites, going to the Barrier Reef, instead of sitting in a tender with $500 people and spending half an hour to get to the shore, and then, you know, having to step off a tender and walk through shops to get onto buses, and then the buses drive through the narrow streets of Belize City. I did that for many years. I know what it takes. There are times when a bus would take 30 minutes to get from the Sayview roundabout to the FSTV village. I mean, State Bank, I hate to say it, Mr. Feinstein is our friend, I wish him luck. It was just a bad idea at a bad time.
So you've shared some of the factors that you believe your competitors would be wanting to put your project in spotlight with questions and loopholes. Can you tell me, or can you share with the committee, what were some of the incentives that were negotiated for this project?
Well, the right to use the seabed, the right to get land to build a road, not to mention the fiscal incentives and the benefits that, you know, any project would expect through a definitive agreement. But of course, none of that could come without first carrying out very thorough and detailed environmental studies, which we did. So we had to put a lot of effort on the front end to get what we knew to be needed to hopefully get us across the finish line.
So what you shared just now in terms of the negotiated incentive, do you think those are fair in terms of what may exist? Because you alluded to other definitive agreement that exists. I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to read those. We were informed by you that other definitive agreement exists. So the package that was negotiated for this project, do you think it is in fairness to other projects or to other definitive agreement? Because the reality is we have a definitive agreement before us. We're doing this inquiry on Portugal Enterprise Limited, but it cannot be done in isolation to other existing ports, if I could call it that. But could you elaborate for us? Do you think that the negotiations that you have or the incentive breaks that were placed on the table, are there in fair parallel to other companies that would have put forward those same things or more?
I think they're fair. I think they're absolutely needed if we're going to convince people to invest in Belize. I don't negotiate for State Bank or anyone else. If they didn't get as much as we got, that's not my fault. They could have pushed for more. I'm sure they would have gotten it because they've gotten everything that they've asked for. We knew what we needed because of the scope of this project, much bigger than State Bank. So if it appears, and I don't think it appears clearly, that some of our benefits were greater than what State Bank may have gotten, that's not my fault. They could come in tomorrow and ask for more incentives.
All right, Mr. Gegg. I think I have, yeah, I think that will rest my case for now, unless You would like to elaborate more on what you mean by those incentives would have been, what was it the word you used, beneficial or needed?
Well, both. I mean, incentives are needed if people invest large amounts of money and if the development can pay its bankers and its equity providers. And that is needed if you're going to convince people to invest in a project in Belize. And this is not, you know, a panada shop around the corner. It's a major project that requires a lot of infrastructure, a tremendous amount of development, tremendous amount of studies have gone into the project at this point. And if we want to compete with other countries in the region, whether the Caribbean, Alaska, elsewhere, we need to guarantee the investors who are prepared to put their money up that the returns are going to be available to them. Now, Belize can't develop if we don't avail ourselves of large infrastructural projects like this. We need projects like this. There's a lot of capital available through institutional investors and other sources. But they can put their money anywhere and be a lot more comfortable with the prospects of getting returns on it and not having to face the nonsense that we have faced for the last 6 months. That is why I say, to an extent, we've scared off people. There's just too much noise in the room. But Belize needs to develop, and it needs projects of this magnitude for it to develop. And if it's going to get projects of this magnitude, it needs the kind of fiscal incentives, definitive agreement, act, whatever you want to call it, that we have gotten so far and expect to continue to get.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Cow?
Good afternoon, Mr. Geg.
Afternoon, Senator.
I have a few questions. When it comes to drafting the definitive agreement, how did you choose the law firm that you have now and that did the definitive agreement for you? Was it recommended by someone? Was it you who approached them? You know, what was...
I know a lot of lawyers in Belize. A lot of lawyers are my friends. And a lot of them recommended the firm as a firm who had experience in drafting these types of agreements. Look, I'll be honest with you, the fact that the AG was a law partner, that to me was a plus, so I thought, you know, until I found out how opposed he was to it. But I went to a firm that was recommended by pairs of the lawyers and sat down with them and asked them if we could process this definitive agreement, and we did.
Did anyone in the then government recommended the firm to you?
No.
No. And then you also said that you, knowing that AG was part of that firm and was also part of the government, and you said that you saw that as a
I saw that as a plus. As it turns out, it was a huge negative. And as my friend is reminding me, they had experience drafting definitive agreements.
Are you aware of any definitive agreement that they drafted?
Yeah, I am actually. And having seen documentation come out in court cases recently, I guess I would say that the definitive agreement for the National Gas Company of Belize was drafted by the Morales Perifete law firm.
Was there any similarities when it comes to...
It's my understanding that the language, the benefits, and the content is almost identical.
It's almost identical.
Yeah.
Can you repeat what is almost identical again?
The language, the fiscal incentive, the package of benefits, you know, that a business can expect to get, such as we expect to get.
I do not have that definitive agreement in front of me, and I definitely will review it. But from your knowledge, do you think that company, or in that definitive agreement, would they have gotten the same amount, the terms, years of incentives that this definitive agreement has?
Considering the scope of that business, which is clearly very different to ours, I would say they got what they wanted. I'm honestly, I've not read it in detail, but I would think that it was adequate for their needs, being a completely different type of business to ours.
You being in the cruise industry for how many years again?
27.
27 years. Obviously, you know that there's processes that you have to go through, like, for example, the cruise line in Norwegian cruise line, which is Harvest Key. Is it in your view that you went through all these processes?
And more,
So you believe that?
yes.
So then, one of the major factors that the project really didn't went through under the then government was because of environmental clearance.
You mean the last government?
Yes,
Well, we didn't get environmental clearance from them.
and that was the biggest holdback.
I would say so, yeah.
And in your view, Mr. Geg, did you meet the requirements, in your view, at least not in the view of the department, in your view, did you meet
Well,
met all
like-
of those requirements?
Like I say, I was told after the NEAC meeting of August 28th that the project had been approved.
Being approved also means that you met all requirements, I assume.
Yeah, for them to then take it to the next step and prepare an environmental compliance plan and have that signed.
After they told you that the reason why they stepped back or rescinded that approval was because they did not have quorum, what was your next step after that?
My next step,
No, what was your next step back then? Because you gave us a timeline of events, and you said that one date they told you that it was approved. A few days after, they then told you that they did not have quorum, so it was not approved.
my step was to go to Minister Contreras, pointing out that we did not have environmental clearance, and asking him if he could sign a definitive agreement similar to the one for Harvest Key, which did not have environmental clearance when that one was signed.
So you were seeking the same leverage benefit that Harvest Key got,
Yes,
and then you were not given.
we didn't get it, no.
And it was the same government, the party back then, the last UDP administration, who
Yes,
approved those.
yeah.
I think that's it for now, Chair.
Senator Khan, let me invite you to investigate who signed the definitive agreement for the National Gas Company of Belize.
That's another inquiry. Senators, any other questions? Mr. Senator Denson, you have any other?
Just one
Yes, go
question,
ahead.
Chair. Mr. Geg, just final question. Are you aware that the 3-page acts that are used for fiscal incentive bills, right? Are you aware that what obtains is that you simply in that act say the government agrees to the clauses wholesale, or you take also exemptions that are in the definitive agreement? That what comes here is not the content of the definitive agreement, but just a 3-page act that makes a simple reference to the government agrees to those things in the clause. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Have you seen the bill? Sorry, sir, just a follow-up. Have you seen the bill that was proposed for your project?
I have seen a bill that has been proposed as an alternative to the definitive agreement.
And your suggestion is that you have not lobbied for that bill to go through?
No, I would prefer that our definitive agreement be transformed into its own act, into its own bill. But if the other bill, which I have seen because it was leaked to Channel 7, I mean, I'm okay with what's in that.
Okay. No further question. Thank you, Mr. Gregg.
Senator Herrera, you have any follow-ups? Okay. Well, thank you again for your time, Mr. Gegg. Do you have enough water?
I think so.
I just have a few cleanup questions for myself, and thank you for being verbose. Reference the Harvest Key definitive agreement. Are you aware that that agreement was challenged under its environmental clearance?
Yes, I am, and BTIA succeeded in its challenge, but because the definitive agreement had already been signed, it held no weight.
Was that why you pushed Mr. Contreras to sign your definitive agreement?
No, I just knew that it had been signed without environmental clearance first being granted.
Yes, but then it did cross your mind that it put you
I
in
was aware of the background.
Yes, and that ultimately it became a moot.
It's my understanding that the environmental document for Harvest Key was challenged not because they had a definitive agreement and they didn't have environmental clearance. The quality of that document is what was challenged and what failed at the Supreme Court, as far as I understand.
Well, I was just about to say, let's keep it to the record, because it was challenged on the processes and what it went through. So that's why I'm asking you, did it then cross your mind, well, it's better to have this in hand than not in hand, because even if we get to what Harvest Key got, which is a legal challenge, ultimately, if there's not an injunction against the project, then it becomes a moot legal victory for anybody that would challenge the agreement, correct?
I had no reason to think that our environmental documentation would be challenged.
But it would hedge a bet. It would hedge that even if there was a challenge, then it would be academic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned 52 years in tourism, 27 specifically in cruise tourism. Can you tell this committee what the cost-benefit analysis has been in terms of overnight versus cruise?
I don't think you really want me to do that, but I will.
No, I'm asking you. And remember, you're on your oath.
Please. I don't think there's any doubt that there is tremendous benefit from the overnight sector, probably more than the cruise sector. But something that I think is overlooked when people talk of the benefit of the overnight sector is the fact that probably 85% of our room stock is owned under strata titles by foreigners. And a significant portion of the revenue that comes from those rooms goes back to the foreigners who own those condos and units through strata titles.
So that's a perfect segue, because then my next question is, who makes money from cruise tourism?
Thousands of Belizean stakeholders.
No, they're employed in the cruise tourism. I'm asking who makes the real money?
Thousands of Belizean stakeholders.
Yes, but listen to my question. I'm not asking who's employed and who. I don't see.
Senator,
I don't see. Sorry, I'm not finished. But I'm just trying to see where the line is between the haves and the have-nots in this country, in that who is employed in cruise tourism, who runs the taxis, who prepares the food, who braids the hair, drives the bus. Are those, you're saying those are the people that benefit financially from cruise tourism?
absolutely they are. Cruise lines
Through employment?
Cruise lines come to a destination because they want to share the beauty of a destination like Belize with their guests. They sell services to the guests at a profit, but they have to buy that service from people in Belize on the ground who supply that service.
And your testimony is that in those negotiations, the Belizean and the local tour operators benefit from those negotiations with the cruise line for those packages?
If my negotiations
Yes or
with
no?
the cruise lines lead to the building of a port, then yes, they
No,
will
that's not the
benefit.
question. I'm asking because you said thousands of Belizeans are the one that benefit financially from cruise tourism. And I'm asking you then, are those Belizeans, the thousands of Belizeans you're referencing, those are the ones that are making money from, and have made in the past? Because this is not our first cruise project.
Of course, they're the ones that have made money in the past and will continue to make.
Through employment, that's your testimony,
Yes.
through employment. But in terms of investment, they own the shares in the company, they are able to set their negotiations with the cruise ship. I'm asking because I've heard it referred to as the house always wins. So I'm saying your position to this committee
Senator,
is
you
that,
have-
sorry, let me finish, that at the end of the day, it is the thousands of Belizeans employed in the cruise sector that are the ones making money from this sector? That is your testimony?
Lots of people will make money from cruise tourism. You have contracted operators who contract directly with the cruise lines in Miami. And then you have thousands of local operators who make their services available online. And that's a growing percentage of the business. So that there are thousands of Belizeans who benefit. The contracted operators...
Those negotiations go in
I'm not
favor
finished,
of the
I'm not
locals.
finished.
Yes.
The contracted operators, they have to turn around and employ bus drivers and guides and a long list of employees. And the competition for good quality guides is such that you got to pay good wages. If not, they're going to go somewhere next door.
But just to clarify, your position is that the negotiations between the local operators and the cruise lines are always in favor of the local operators. They're making money, good money, financially well-off operators are in Belize that have benefited?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just clarifying, because I haven't heard to that extent.
Because you don't want to
Earlier,
help it out,
you
so-
mentioned that there is a trend in the industry in terms of the size of the ships. And you referenced that some destinations are requiring ships of a different, not just in terms of size, but they're turning back ships that don't have certain capacities, wastewater treatments, advanced wastewater treatments, turning back from the destination. So while you do reference that there's an increase in the size of the ships, is there also a trend in the industry of the size of the ships going on the other end because of impacts?
Going on the other end?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Like pocket tourism, smaller tourism. I'm asking because you said there's a trend in the industry, the size of the ships. I'm asking if your position to this committee is that the industry is only going one direction in terms of larger and larger ships. I'm asking, is there another?
I've never suggested that. The bigger
No, you
ships...
said that this morning.
The 1.5 million that Carnival, Royal Caribbean, and MSC bring to Belize will be on the bigger ships. But there are lots of smaller expedition ships and high-end ships, brands that are charging thousands of dollars for people to go on a cruise because it's a high-end brand. And those ships would also come. But the volume of passengers that they represent as compared to the bigger ships of Carnival, Royal, and MSC, those are the ones that make the project viable. The smaller
Your
ships...
project, yeah, your
Well,
project.
any cruise port that requires the kind of capex that we require.
Yes, I'm clarifying that, as you said, the smaller the ship, the higher the brand, the higher the payment, and the higher the money. So I just wanted to confirm that what you're talking about is on both sides. You also referenced that BTIA conference a few years ago, and I was in the audience and I remembered your comments there. But I go back to the line of questioning in terms of when the MOU was signed, there was a Facebook post, there was a press release, there was all of this. I still don't get how your one comment in terms of saying to that BTIA audience, I have a definitive agreement, was enough, like for a size project and what you're billing this proposal as. Like, why was that not something that you championed, you own, you publicized?
But that's exactly what I did.
No,
I'm
but
not
to
gonna
a limited
take
audience.
a document and hold it up and share it with everybody.
But that's what I'm asking, why not? Why not? This
Because
is your life's work.
Nobody takes a definitive agreement and shares it with the public. National Gas Company hasn't done that, and you know who signed
Well,
that? Tracy and Mike
I
Perfect
can't
signed that one.
speak to anything that anybody else has done. I'm asking you, sir. Why is this your life work? This is your
Because
crong
you
after
don't
52
take a
years.
document like that and hang
Well,
it up in
I'm not
public.
saying about the document itself and the details. I'm saying the fact that here you had, which you've just told, an enforceable agreement that was poised and primed to do all these wonderful things for Belize and benefit tens of thousands of Belizeans in a real financial way, and you're not singing that from Victoria Peak, you're not out in Belize City talking about that, you're not in Shunush to the
Since-
senator's question previously. I'm just asking, why was it, if it wasn't a secret, you shared earlier, it wasn't a
Since you
secret.
say you were at that meeting, Senator, I invite
Yes.
you to go back to
Oh, I have.
BTIA, whatever the source is, and you will see exactly what I didn't say only about the fact that I had a definitive agreement. I said a lot of other things, and I also disclosed the fact that I had a definitive agreement.
Yes, but
Nobody's
we're-
ever done that before.
We're here talking about this agreement, and I'm just asking you, if to a closed audience, if you remember you had to sign in, that was a hotel room, limited people, to a
Where?
closed at the BTIA
No,
conference.
it was not. There was a conference room upstairs of the Biltmore.
Biltmore, that's a closed room. That's a closed room.
Well, there were several hundred
There
people there.
was, well, I remember about 300,
There
but
you
that's
go.
only my, but that's not,
That's enough.
that's not Belizeans.
That's enough.
Sorry, Sandra. Sorry? Oh, apologies. No, I'm just asking you, sir. I thought, especially since you said you were so elated when you got the call initially saying you have approval, here you have now, you have a signed enforceable agreement. I'm just asking, why not share that? Why not say, you know what, we're ready to roll? You sat
Has-
here last week saying, if you have land in this area, come and
Has
sell
any
me.
other business owner in this country ever hung out a definitive agreement and showed it to the public?
I'm not saying necessarily that to share that the details of your agreement. I'm saying that this project was now online. Even after you got your ECP, that you said that you signed, they redacted the names on the website, but you have that. So right now, even before last year when this inquiry commenced, I'm asking prior to that, why no fanfare? Why nobody's talking about it before that cabinet leaked to Channel 7?
Because the attacks by my competitors were continuous, daily, nightly, social media. It was pathetic. And you know what? I just said, let me do my thing in the corner. And here I am today, and where are they?
Well, I can't help but feel though, sir, if you think that you had this and this project is what it is, then would it have really mattered what any critic said?
Senator, I have a lot of contacts in the industry. The people who know that they will benefit from this project, those are the ones that I keep in touch with. I don't have to go and go on TV and, you know, say this and say that, and I don't even have social media, YouTube or, you know, whatever you call it, Facebook. I don't even have a Facebook. I don't need it. There's too much garbage out there. I have my ways, I have my support, grassroots people on the ground who know they're going to benefit from this project when it materializes. They're the ones who count.
Well, that takes me to my next question then. I mean, we're talking about if the copy, and I would ask you officially to share your signed copy with the committee, just so we can cross-reference.
Copy of what?
Your signed definitive agreement, just so that we can cross-reference it with the material we have. But then you feel that, you know, after getting to your testimony, what everybody else got, that there is no obligation to share with the public, this is what I'm getting, but here is where I'm getting? Like, you didn't have any sense of obligation to share with the nation, this is coming down the
don't think
line,
you
let's
can
get
say
ready?
that is true. Almost every page of every document that's been produced for this project has been shared at some time or another with the public by various persons.
You mean the
There is
DOE
nothing-
website?
There's nothing that's been hidden.
No, but I'm asking the DOE website.
DOE website, social
where
media,
specifically?
you know, Jules, Channel 7, Channel 5, Love, everything's been out there. Good, bad, and different. I mean, everything is there. Not one page is missing if you want to go and do your research as to what's been put in the public domain.
So you don't have an obligation or a sense of duty to say to the public, I will go out there and I will show my critics that their concerns are misplaced. To defend this project, you will leave that for
I
in a
have my
vacuum?
ways. I have my ways of defending this project. I think I've done a pretty good job of it so far. Look where we are compared to the others. I think that says a lot. And yes, I mean, there are a lot of grassroots people who I'm in touch with. You might not know it or think it or realize it, but I know what I'm doing on the ground. I know the people who are going to benefit, and they know what's going on. And they're the ones that count.
Well, earlier, you mentioned the line of questioning in terms of where you are. So you know where you are. You've said that more than once just now in terms of look at where. So tell me where are you? Do you have a new signed definitive agreement? Do you have commitments? I mean, you look very calm and collected even for low six figures. You know, how is it that you are so comfortable and at ease with where you are?
Because I know I've done nothing wrong.
According to your definitions, your
I
understanding.
know that I have done nothing wrong.
Okay. And that is what you feel that is at play here, that people are accusing you of doing something
No,
wrong?
they're accusing other people of doing something wrong.
As in signing the definitive agreement?
No.
So are you
launching
collateral
a Senate
damager?
probe after a letter from Waterloo 2 days later without sharing it with your social partners.
Mr. Gegg, I will caution you that I have warned you earlier, and if you continue down this line making baseless accusations, you will need to hire new counsel to defend you.
They are not
So please
baseless.
be careful.
Let me remind you.
Produce your evidence. Please
Let me remind you,
produce
I
your
am here
evidence.
as a guest of this Senate inquiry.
And I am the
not
chair.
here under the powers provision ordinance. I am here as an invitee.
Mr. Gegg, produce your evidence or apologize. I will wait.
I will wait for you to apologize.
Produce your evidence or apologize.
What evidence you want me to produce? That I'm here as an invitee?
Give me your your evidence to counter that it is a baseless accusation that you have made. Please take a minute, take off the
Senator,
microphone, confirm
Your
with your...
colleagues have said to me that you have not shared with them the Waterloo letter of June 8th. Now, if you want to admit
How would you like to proceed, Mr. Gegg? Would you apologize?
I am not apologizing.
Sure. We will
I am
handle,
here as
we will
an
handle that
invitee
separately.
and not under the powers privilege ordinance 1962.
That
Can
is
you believe
your
that? We didn't even have
position.
independence in 1962. And you are quoting ordinance 1962 when we were ruled by colonial masters. That was 62 years ago.
Are you
43 years after
Are you
independence.
telling the Senate that what has been declared as good law is not good law?
I am telling
Is
them
that
that
your
it's
position?
unacceptable that ordinance 1962 is still being used today.
That is, what was your words earlier? That is not my fault.
I am here as an invited guest.
I have afforded you the opportunity to apologize. We move on. You have declined to apologize. That's on the record. The signing of the agreement itself, you mentioned earlier it happened in Bemopan. Where in Bemopan did that signing take place?
Does it make a difference?
Yes, it does.
Why?
I would like to know where the signing took place.
At an office at some part. It wasn't the official office, but it was an office in Belmopan.
You know the exact location?
Yes.
And you're declining to share the
I
exact
don't know
location?
the street address and so on.
Whose office was it?
It was an office that I went to with Minister Contreras.
Whose office was it?
I don't know.
It was a government office, a private
It
office?
was a private office.
A law office?
No.
Whose office was it?
I
The name
don't
of the
know.
person? You didn't know anybody inside the office?
So what? No,
Whose office was it?
I don't know.
Did you recognize anybody in it?
I recognized Mr. Contreras and there were a couple other people.
Who were the other people?
I don't know.
So you're in a unknown location
Mr.
with
Contreras
unknown...
was the person with whom I had contact. He was the person I had seen previously. He was the person who, to my mind, is the person that I should have been dealing with and had the ability to sign the agreement, which he did.
So he called you, WhatsApped you, emailed you, and told you,
He
meet
told
me to
me
this
that
location?
on such and such a date, I come to Belmopan and we will have it signed.
And he sent you the address? How did
No,
you come to know
I
the
met
address?
with him at his office in Belmopan and we drove to this other location.
You followed him or you got in the same car?
I think I followed him.
So if you would go back to that location, you could identify it?
Probably, yes.
Okay. We'll come back to that if that's necessary. Who was his witness to his signature?
I don't know the person. His signature is there.
But you didn't recognize that person as they were signing? I know you mentioned earlier, maybe at the last occasion, that the details didn't matter. But again, if this is you've worked so hard at this for so long and you didn't worry about these particulars, you didn't think that maybe it would be important to...
I do
To have
recall
the
having a
details?
conversation with Mrs. Charmaine Hyde when I went to the office and had to wait there quite a bit for him.
No, I mean at the location where the agreement was physically signed.
What was the question?
Who were the other people in the room?
Senator, I told you I don't know them.
Okay. No, that's why I'm just confirming that you're saying you didn't know who the other people were. Would you be able to furnish with this, to this committee a copy of the unredacted ECP?
Of the unredacted,
ECP?
yes?
Okay. Earlier you spoke to lobbying other members of this administration to talk about the project. When did that begin, you said? You said about a week after elections?
I wrote to them probably a week after the election and updated them on where we were with the project.
And did you conduct physical meetings, in-person meetings?
Not until Boscalis came from Holland and we met the Prime Minister in January.
Okay. There's a photograph online with you and members of the Northern Caucus at the Biltmore. Do you remember that photograph? It was around a table
At the Biltmore?
at the Biltmore.
That was not the Biltmore. That
Where was it?
Tony's Inn in Corozal.
Okay. Was that before the January meeting?
But the Northern Caucus was a PUP caucus that was before the election.
No, this photograph, as I said, online, it's purporting to be shortly after the swearing in of the new cabinet. I'm just asking if the lobbying may have started at that point.
The lobbying has never stopped.
No, I'm asking when it started.
7 years ago,
Yes, but
with both parties.
yes. So I'm saying, but when did it start after the election results? You said earlier January, I'm just confirming.
If you could tell me the date on that picture, it would help. I remember going to a meeting in Corozal, a meeting with the Northern Caucus. What the date was, I have no idea.
Okay. You didn't find yourself, remember we were in COVID and the swearing in had to be done outdoors, if memory serves. I'm just asking, you didn't find yourself at that location when that was happening?
At what location?
I think it was the Biltmore where the swearing in was happening. It was carried on Facebook.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I was at no swearing in.
No, afterwards, following the event.
I attended no meeting at the Biltmore of any caucus. I attended a meeting in Corozal at Tony's Inn with the Northern
Yes,
Caucus.
but just for the distinction, I'm not suggesting that you were at a meeting at the caucus. I'm saying, did you happen to find yourself in the company of the caucus?
I may have been in the company of people
Members
who
of
may
the
have
caucus?
been part of the caucus.
Yes.
But at no time was a meeting organized with the body that you're calling the Northern Caucus.
No, just members of. I'm just curious if at that point, Portico did come up, like the lobbying would have come up at that point.
The lobbying has never stopped.
Yes, so are you saying then you did have a conversation about Portico to those persons who happened to be members of the
Senator,
caucus?
if this was right after the election, I don't think we're talking about Portico. I think we're talking about congratulations.
Okay, that's why I'm asking, because like as I said, I just saw the photograph, so I'm just asking you.
I wish you would share that with me, because I don't know what you're
It's
talking about.
online. It's online.
Yeah. I don't know if bring out some of this.
Sorry, I'm just, for clarity, it's the swearing in for cabinet that was happening at the Biltmore.
Oh, so it wasn't a caucus at the Biltmore?
No, it was, the photographs was with members of the Northern Caucus following the swearing in of cabinet. I'm just making the distinction for your,
When was the swearing
for
in of
clarity.
cabinet?
I think it's online. You've made reference several times that it was, everything was contingent moving forward on the environmental clearances. I just want to confirm that you also shared that the source of the funding or the confirmation of the funding is also a dynamic point as well that may have prevented the project moving forward at different intervals, correct?
Say that again?
You've mentioned several times that the environmental clearance, that getting the approvals, the green light, as they say, on the project was the principal reason for the delay. But then you earlier testified as well that it was also confirmation on the source of funding and 70% coming from CABE and other sources. So I just want to make that clarity that you're saying that both were responsible at a different point of the project, different intervals, that would have caused the project not to be on its best
I'm not
foot.
understanding what you're saying.
You testified that you shared that the funding, identifying the source of the funding, whether it was from CABE or other sources, was also a factor in whether the project advanced or not, in terms of approvals.
That would be correct, yes.
Yes. And I'm just confirming that that is also a factor over and beyond what your comments were in terms of the environmental clearance and approvals, correct?
One has nothing to do with the other.
I'm not saying it does. I'm just clarifying that both financing and environmental approvals were reasons for delays in the processes of approval, correct?
No.
Okay, correct me.
What was the delay was the fact that we didn't get environmental clearance when we were promised, and it took time, and the new government came into power, and it was sort of negotiating all over again. I was asked last time I was here, was I in a rush to get it through? And I said, yes, I was in a rush, because I knew that with a new government coming in, it would burn a lot of time, and here we are 3.5 years later.
I take you at that position, but I'm just confirming that identifying the source for securing the US 400 million is also a point that has delayed the approvals of these projects of this project at different intervals. Do you have the confirmed source of funding for the 400 million for this project?
No.
Okay. So then that answers the question, because that was part of the requirements of it, correct? To show that you had the money to go along with
Do we have it in the bank? No.
project.
Did we have commitments? Yes. But with all the cloud that you've created, then it's become more problematic.
I hear you mentioning noise, nonsense. Are you referring to the work of the Senate when you make these comments?
I think the work of this Senate, chaired by you, Senator, is a charade.
Thank you. That comment is also noted. When you signed the definitive agreement with Mr. Contreras, and then subsequently you said that you shared it with quote-unquote senior ministers, who were those ministers that you sent correspondence to, and did you attach the definitive agreement to those correspondences?
I didn't send it to any ministers before the election.
No, I mean after. You meant, well, you would have to been after because you mentioned senior minister, so it would have been after that cabinet swearing-in ceremony.
It would have been the Prime Minister, Senator Cowie, Senator Marla, and Senator Courtney,
Okay,
and Senator Hubbard.
okay. One of the things I wanted to have you share with us is, what is the level of comfort that the investments climate, you know, on the premise that all of this hadn't happened, that gives you comfort that what happened to State Bank and other projects would not happen to you and this project? Where is the confidence and the level?
I've gone over that repeatedly. It's about location.
No, I don't mean that physical point. I mean, you referenced earlier today a rogue government, changing it, and that's why you needed an act. I'm just saying, over and beyond everything else, you start to, as you use the expression, start digging. You put real money in the ground, but then dynamics change. You don't seem to be concerned that things will change or shift. So I'm just asking, what gives you comfort in thinking that that's not something that would contemplate, looking at the past and what has happened with this sector?
Because of the cloud that hovers over Belize at this point, relative to investments in cruise tourism.
Yes, and you're referring now to your competitors.
No, I'm
Or who are you
referring to the
referring?
Senate inquiry.
Okay, so everything is because of the Senate inquiry that started in July of last
Yes.
year? Okay. Given your expertise in the area, your project has also contemplated for carrying capacity for what you hope is your head count that you would land for the relevant sites,
We have, when you say relevant sites, what do you mean?
where they would go, or you would keep them on your project site?
No, they will go to the places they've been used to going. Cruise lines have been coming here. They know the benefits of Lamanai, St. Antonich, Alton Ha, Cave Tubing. They know where to go. That won't change. Other venues will be created because of the increase in arrivals. And we know that Niche at some point is going to impose carrying capacities, and other attractions will have to be created. And this is where entrepreneurs are going to kick in and create other attractions countrywide to accommodate the increase in arrivals that we anticipate.
Moving forward in terms of the investment climate, is it then your position, you referenced earlier RFPs in the line of questioning, requests for proposals. Should that be something that in terms of fostering business climate and transparency, that should be the norm, that it shouldn't be just who has access and who knows their way around and who can write their own ticket would have access to the kinds of benefits that you're talking about?
You know, if the government decides it needs an airport in Placentia, yeah, let them invite RFPs for something like that. But if I launch a business because I know it's needed, and I put 7 years in it and get to the point where we are, to suggest that an RFP be launched in a case like this is ridiculous.
Thank you
And
for
that was a mistake that Ben Jarasowicz made. He thought that he was talking about RFPs, and his opinion, quite frankly, was completely off track when he said that he didn't think the definitive agreement was valid. Douglas Mendes took the completely different approach and said that it was valid and binding.
I will leave the lawyers to the lawyering, or the lawyering to the lawyers. I just have a few more. As I said, it's just clearing up a few. You mentioned that the dredging is the priority for Boscalis. So Boscalis isn't into cruise tourism. They just want to dredge.
That's their core business.
Yes. No, I'm just, because you referenced them as a key pillar, a key supporter. Boscalis wrote freshly dated letters after the election to prove that they were backing this, they weren't an equity investor, but they were
Senator,
certainly an
if you
investor.
recall
Just
my
clarifying.
statement earlier, I talked about my meeting in Panama with Boscales, and I said that they were looking to partner with developers who needed environmental and engineering studies and would partner with those players because ultimately they wanted the dredging contract. That means they would put money in for the environmental studies, they're prepared to put money in for equity. They want to build a reputation for themselves as being a player in the business of developing cruise ports. They're already a player in developing commercial ports, but they wanted to break into the cruise port space, and that was their objective for meeting with me in Panama and for signing the development agreement with them.
But just for clarity, they want to do all of that so that they can dredge.
Of course.
They're dredgers.
Yes.
Their priority is not success of Belize and
Absolutely.
cruise tourism and all of
Nobody's
that.
hiding that.
Okay. No, I'm just clarifying. You're making the intimation. At that BTIA conference, there was also a position expressed in terms of whether cruise was a requirement moving forward in terms of national development. I hear you saying that we need to have these super development structures. I think it was to Senator Bennett's line of questioning in terms of moving forward. That is, I'm understanding that correct? That this has to happen for the good of Belize, for the good of the country, for the good of growth, cruise tourism?
You know, one of the businesses that Belize has best benefited from recently is the call center business. AI is very likely to replace the workers in the call center business. If we don't build this cruise port, there are thousands of stakeholders in Belize who are also likely to lose their livelihood because the cruise industry will evaporate. So, you know, you got the call center sector that might be going away. If we don't do something, the employees in the cruise sector will be going as well. Do we want more murders on the streets of Belize City? Do we want more crime, more unemployment? Or do we want to try and do something that will benefit that?
And cruise is the fix-all?
Yes, I wouldn't fix all, it's a contributor to the fix.
Okay. In terms of the, you use the phrase over-the-top clauses that you were able to secure in the definitive agreement. Removing yourself from the signatory to this, had one of your competitors gotten this deal, do you think you would have wanted the transparency around what those clauses were, even if it was just to make sure that when your deal came up that you would get the same clauses?
I put a statement out several months ago that I had no objection to either State Bank or Waterloo getting a license for a cruise port.
No, I'm just asking the question that as a Belizean investor, that hearing anybody else get the terms that you got, you call them over-the-top clauses, things you may have felt a little bad about getting, but that you're willing to negotiate on. I'm asking that had it not been you that secured these clauses, would you want, as an investor and potential future investor in other companies, would you want that to be common knowledge so that you can make the same requests? I'm gathering you said earlier that you chose the law firm because they had the experience in the definitive agreement, they had those details. I'm asking as a openness point, should that be common knowledge, what those terms are?
I am not going to share the definitive agreement if that's what you're asking.
I'm asking, had you not been the beneficiary of these terms, would you have wanted that to be common knowledge to the business community, to potential investors?
I don't think any investor wants a document like that he's negotiated and has the benefit of to be shared with anyone else. It's never been a practice that definitive agreements be hung out in public for other people to see and analyze and determine whether I got more or I got less. That's never happened.
But the definitive agreements that you have even shared today, all of them have had to come to Parliament, which does make them public in that they've gotten a definitive agreement and what the concessions, the exemptions, everything is. So, yes, they have been made public via the legislation, if they
end up in court,
recall,
or if somebody in Parliament decides to hold it up and leak it, we can't stop that.
No, but you said that it gave investors a measure of comfort, having an act that detailed what the commitments were. You said that earlier.
Of course it would give them confidence. They're not going to put their money in unless they have that kind of confidence.
Yes, so that's why I'm asking you. Then it should be common knowledge what these terms are getting, because they have set a precedent, as you said earlier, if you can get more than what I got, then good for you. But that's what I'm asking. Had it been anybody else that benefit from it, you would want that to be public knowledge.
I have never made any attempt to go find any other definitive agreement that anybody else has gotten benefits from.
So you didn't use the previous agreement terms as references for what
The
ultimately
lawyers
you
may have
drafted?
used it to facilitate the drafting of this agreement, but I'm not fishing around to see who got what and who got what. I
Yeah,
understand
but
like
they're
that.
acting on your behalf.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
they do.
Yes, yeah. Well, I just, you seem to be distancing there, so. Could you, because we don't have that knowledge of that relationship, but in your estimation, what is it about you that gives the cruise line so much confidence in you being the man for this job, so to speak?
The fact
You
that I've-
personally.
The fact that I've been a member of the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association since 1998. The fact that I attend conferences and meetings and trade shows religiously, several a year, 4 or 5 a year. Most cruise line executives, I'm on a first name basis with them. And I've been that way for 25 years, 27 years. They know me and they know what I stand for. I can go to Miami anytime I want and knock on doors and shake hands and talk to them about, what we can offer in Belize.
You have the connections.
What's that?
You have the connections.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, just checking something here. Is it fair to say that the project would focus on getting a return on its investment, the investments to date and anything
Why
required
else would
first?
anyone put money in?
So it is fair.
Yes.
When you were apprised of the initial approval that turned out not to be the approval, who did that communication to you and how did they do that?
Who did that what?
Who told you that the project had been approved? And how did they do that?
I think it was someone at the Department of the Environment and probably by a WhatsApp message.
Like who at the DOE? Who was your contact at the DOE?
There were several people because, there's so many different aspects to our environmental issues. I was dealing with several people all at the same time.
Is that typical in your earlier dealings, related and unrelated to this project?
Yes,
that
it
DOE officials would have contacted you directly ahead of a formal letter from NEAC advising of anything related to
The letter would
decisions?
come from the DOE and quote the NEAC's position on whatever may have happened.
But this didn't happen by letter. You're saying you were informally apprised.
Yes.
I'm asking if that was typical.
Yes.
Okay. When you mentioned that you were approached for a 7-figure bribe, was that how it was done? Was that a member of the DOE telling you?
I never said
You
anything
need-
about bribe.
The inference was that you were asked to make a campaign contribution
Isn't that a
for
difference?
7 figures.
Isn't that something
I'm
different?
clarifying, in order to get an approval from NEAC. I'm asking, are you then inferring that it was a member of the Department of the Environment or an official of the Ministry of
I'm
Environment?
not inferring anything, Senator. I am not inferring anything. I told you what was said to me. I told you how I interpreted it, and I told you what came of it. Questions were asked to me if it was a certain person, and the answer was yes, because that certain person was a substantive minister at the time. I didn't call anybody's name.
To your estimation, does your definitive agreement speak to exclusivity?
We talked earlier that there was a section of it which sought to grant exclusivity for a 25-mile stretch on the mainland, and that I didn't see it as being a part of the definitive agreement going forward. It was to do with exclusivity in duty-free aspects of the business.
So I'm asking because my next question is that would it be then other port projects coming online to do the same thing, you know, all of this wealth? And I'm just asking in terms of anticipating where you were
That's not going
referencing
anywhere.
rogue.
We don't expect any exclusivity of anything. We expect duty-free at the port because every port in the Caribbean has duty-free facilities.
Yes.
So that is a must. But I don't care what other ports do.
Okay. I just wanted clarity there in terms of the exclusivity, because that has been pushed for by other projects. So I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that. Under the previous cruise policy, do you remember what the position was or the recommended position was for cruise tourism and specifically the port development recommendation?
No.
No? I think that's what I have for now. Oh, and just to clarify, so I think I have this, but again, abundance of caution. You were not involved in drafting any of the new legislation around any of the documents that we have seen leaked.
Senator, give me a break, man. Come on, how would I be involved in drafting that legislation?
So the answer is no.
Of course it's no.
Okay. And you didn't commission anybody to do it, discussions about it.
You done.
Is that a no?
That's a no.
Okay. I'm just trying to be definitive, so when you get a report, it's absolutely clear what was conveyed. I think that's it for my clearing up questions, unless there's anything else from anyone. Senator Bennett, are you good? Senator Calvin? Senator Denison? Oh, you have one more? Go ahead, Senator Denison.
Mr. Gegg, just to ask this one question, are you aware that if it is you acted with impropriety as it relates to the execution of this agreement, and by that I mean if you had knowledge, if you were aware that Minister Contreras had no business or authority to sign this agreement, are you aware that that would affect the enforceability of your definitive agreement?
Well, first of all, I will tell you that Mr. Contreras was the substantive minister and was the one fully authorized to sign it. Now, if the government of Belize wants to make a different statement about that, please share it with me.
And so that's why you thought it was appropriate to sign this agreement somewhere where you don't even know what that office is?
Senator, read my statement. I pointed out that we had heard nothing from the CSCI, from NIAC about the approval of August 28th. I reached out to Minister Contreras. He said he would check with certain persons, which he did. He called me a few days later and said, provided we are to implement conditions precedent about the fact that without environmental clearance it's not valid, then he would sign it.
So, Mr. Gegg, you really expect the people of Belize to believe that you think you've been operating above board and you know go in a government office go execute this thing with a government official?
It didn't mean any difference to me where it was signed.
It don't make no difference to
The fact
you.
that it was signed, there's nothing that say you have to go, we have to go sign it, or this office or that office.
So you just gonna some random office gonna sign the biggest deal of your life?
Now, buy Panades.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you. You are getting advice. I'm sure it's good advice. That's it. That's it, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senators? Thank you, Mr. Gegg, for your time. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Thank you. And as prior, if you would like to submit reimbursement for mileage to attend here, please see the office of the clerk. Thanks.
By the way, on that, Senator,
Take a 5-minute suspension, please. Resume proceedings. I've asked the clerk to swear in our next witness.
Sir? Good evening. I, Martin Alegria, do swear that the evidence I shall give to the Senate's Special Select Committee touching the matters on question shall be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, that's, you just touch a keypad when the light is red, you can commence.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We have afforded invitees the opportunity to make a personal statement, but first we'd like to thank you for appearing and responding to the invitation and for your patience. I know we were meant to start at 2:30, so we apologize, but thank you for your patience and understanding in that regard. So would you like to make an opening statement to the committee?
Sure. I think not personal statement, but just a statement regarding the issue at hand. I was kind of surprised when I was asked to appear here. Why I say that is because in accordance with the legislation, since February 2020, before this project and others had come to the Department of the Environment, the law had changed that the Chief Environmental Officer at the time became no more the chair of the National Environmental Appraisal Committee. That was changed so that the Chief Executive Officer of the Ministry of the Environment has been up to today the chair of the NEAC, as we call it. And since then it had been that the Chief Environmental Officer had nothing to do with EIAs that came thereafter. And so this EIA that is being referred to, it's unfortunate that I may be here saying I don't know, I wasn't involved, it wasn't me, because that's the truth. I wasn't involved with the NEAC since that legislative change. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I hope that the senators understand when I say I don't know, or I wasn't involved, etc., based on the question.
Thank you, Mr. Alegria. Just before we commence with the questioning, can you describe your professional career so we know who you are and what you have done in terms of public service?
Hi. Well, my name is Martin Alegria. I wish I could say I was 42 years, but now I'm 57. Retired almost 2.5 years. I started at the I started at Fisheries Department. I came back from Mexico with a aquaculture engineering degree, shrimp farming, no? Shrimp, lobster. And so I started to work at Fisheries for 1 year, back in 1991, 92. Thereafter, DOE opened. I think it was 1993 that DOE. And so I applied. Fortunately, I was accepted, and since May 1993, I had been at the Department of the Environment for almost 30 years, until retired 2 years ago. During that time, I said I had a bachelor's in aquaculture engineering. Then I turned pro-environment. So I had the privilege or the opportunity to get a master's degree in environmental resource management out of Florida. And then during work, I decided to do another master's degree in environmental land policy. The first master's I got in 1996, the second master's in 2003, thereabouts. I started as an environmental technician, worked my way up until in 2012, I think it was, I was promoted to the Chief Environmental Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Alegria. Colleagues, who would like to start? Yes, Senator Denison.
Afternoon, Mr. Alegria. Thank you. You need some water or anything? Mr. Alegria, I just want to thank you for attending and to say that I share a different view, that notwithstanding this particular portico environmental impact assessment, I think you being here is important for us to understand the process. So I think that's where I would like to start and ask you to help the people of Belize to understand, first of all, what NIAC is, what they do, and how do they go about doing that.
Pardon me, what NIAC is and something else?
Right. What they are, what it is, what they do, and how do they go about doing that.
Okay. The environmental impact assessment process is a planning tool. It's at the beginning of any proposal, which takes into consideration from the onset, from the beginning, any potential environmental impact that could affect the environment of where this project is being contemplated. That's, in a nutshell, the EIA process. The EIA process starts when you as an investor want to develop a project, be it tourism, residential, industrial. You come with a project proposal submitted to the Department of the Environment. The Department of the Environment, according to the law, has 30 days to respond to you and tell you this project is such that it falls under Schedule 1 of the EIA regs, which automatically requires an EIA, or it's under Schedule 2, which requires a limited level study, or none at all, where it goes straight to an ECP because it's either a small, medium project located in a non-sensitive area. Once the department makes that decision during that 30 days, then let's say it requires an EIA because it's a huge project, then a terms of reference, well, the investor is informed, and then a terms of reference for that EIA document or report is developed in conjunction with the developer. Why? We only know what can go in the terms of reference is what you are proposing, what components you are proposing to undertake in your project. And hence, it's a joint venture between investor and the Department of the Environment to develop a terms of reference for the EIA. Once we agree to that EIA, we ask that you go ahead and do the EIA report itself. Do all the studies, ecologically, most of them is ecological assessments. That can take, it's up to the developer how long he or she takes to develop that document. Once they have finished that, they submit that to the Department of the Environment, what we call the EIA report. In accordance with the law, we have up to 60 days to respond to you on what we see, the results or the decisions regarding that report. Usually within 60 days we respond that you need to develop more this part of the terms of reference, or you didn't address this part, etc., etc. So we might ask for you to go ahead and do more assessments as per the TOR. Or it could be that it is exceptional work done and we accept it as a EIA that is submitted officially to us. Once we accept that EIA report, be it within the 60 days or 3 months, 4 months, depends on that back and forth. Once we accept that, like I said, we have 60 days to respond. That 60 days includes having public forum or public hearing, as we call it, and the sitting of the environmental committee that reviews that document and recommends to the Department of the Environment approval or not. So that is where the NEAC, National Environmental Appraisal Committee, comes in. Once we have accepted that EIA report, we then make copies and distribute to the NEAC membership, which consists mostly of government departments. I think it's 8, from what I recall. 8 or 9 are government departments that for some reason, or because of, they're included because they are agencies of government that issues permits, license, or approvals related to environmental implications. And then, of course, we include 2 NGOs, one from the private sector and one from the environmental NGO sector. And we include experts. I think it's 3 expertise that, as far as I recall, were added to the NEAC membership. One was Coastal Zone or Marine Resource Manager. One was tertiary level institutions, to include the universities and so on in Belize, and somebody, an expert in human social services issue, to bring that human aspects into development. So that is the membership, or if I recall, the membership of the NEAC that reviews that document. Once that document goes to NEAC, it's up to NEAC to do all these things that I explained, which is public hearing, site visits, NEAC meetings. It could be 1, 2, or many meetings of NEAC until they are satisfied that this EIA addresses the main issues of concern. Once the NEAC makes that recommendation to the department that it is acceptable based on these changes or these conditions, then the Department of the Environment accepts those and then starts to work on the environmental compliance plan, which is the environmental contract, you could say, between the investor and the Department or Government of Belize through the Department of the Environment, that this is the environmental care and attention that this investment will take when it is constructing and then operating. Once that ECP is agreed to, based on the NEAC recommendations, then that is signed by the Chief Environmental Officer. And once an ECP is signed, then the investor or investment can then go and look at the relevant permits, licenses, approvals, most of which were discussed and agreed to in the NEAC deliberations, so that you could go and get those permits, licenses, or approvals to start your operation, your construction, basically. That's in a nutshell. Sorry if I took too long.
No, that's a very thorough explanation. Thanks. I had one follow-up question directly related to that, Mr. Algria, just so the people of Belize can understand. Why do we need a NEAC, in your opinion, no?
Back in 1992, 93, when the EIA regulations were being developed, we saw the need. Belize is, human resources is limited in terms of the expertise required for these highly technical documentations. That's one. 2, there's no one entity. Like in the US, for example, they have the US EPA that has experts in everything you can think about. In Belize, we have geology and mining, we have fisheries, we have forestry, we have ocean coastal zone management, a lot of entities that have a say in environmental protection. And hence we saw the need back then in 92, 93 when we were designing the EIA regs to include, not to make the DOE only be the only entity to review and approve such documentation because of the huge implications of such procedures and such interests for the nation. And hence we pulled out back then on memberships. Like I mentioned, I think I mentioned 8 or 9 were government permit licensing or approval entities. And we saw also the need that we cannot only have governments deciding. And way back then, you remember in 1992, we had the UNCED and all these sustainable development outcries that we decided to include 2 NGOs, 2 umbrella NGOs at that time, development and environmental protection NGOs. And so we included those in there, apart from other expertise, like I said. And Belize being the owner, the custodian, of the largest living barrier reef in the world, coastal zone or marine resource management expertise was the first one we asked for.
Thank you. So would it be fair to classify the NIAC as being a very important tool in our protecting our natural resources?
I would say yes. It's an important entity to screen any potential impact on the environment from investments.
Mr. Algria, to your knowledge, is the NIAC an independent and autonomous body?
The NIAC, once from its creation, the NIAC had fought through the Department of the Environment to remain a highly technical, non-political or apolitical entity, regardless of any pressures that had come over the past, 25, 30 years that I was there. So we tried to keep NIAC as independent and as technical as possible.
Were you successful?
Until February 2020, yes.
You say so.
Because I, as chairman of the chief environmental officer at the time, with amendment to the EIA regs, was taken off as chairman of the NIAC, and the chief executive officer of the ministry responsible for the environment then became the chairman of that NIAC.
What are you suggesting that the amendment was made to target the post you held?
I don't know why it was made.
But was that the only change that was made?
No, they had other changes, meaning membership was one, of which the chairman was one entity, and then the membership was changed a little. They brought in CEOs, I think CEO of trade or investment, don't recall the ministry at the time. They brought in the financial secretary, FinSec, because of financial implications. Well, the CEO of the Ministry of the Environment, who was not part of prior to that, and other changes. So they had this membership, which I am alluding to. But you had some, you had the inclusion of amendments that addressed, remember we have World Heritage Sites, I think it is. We are a World Heritage Site map. So we tightened up, as you would say, we tightened up on the marine component more to become more stringent in reviewing those projects that would have implications on World Heritage Sites. I think financially too, I think the application for a limited level study or application for the environmental, all those costs I think were changed. It varied depending on the size of the project. An EIA, for example, was $5,000 to apply, a limited level study $2,500, and if the NIAC decided to bump it up to an EIA, you have to pay the other $2,500 to make it $5,000, and the project varied, the charges varied on the size. It could have been $100. It could be $1,000, depends. But the law changed it that all projects paid $500 thereafter. So if you're a small, minuscule project, it is $500 for application for clearance. If you're a huge project, well, a medium, small, medium, it's $500 too. So there were other changes made to the legislation apart from the chairmanship.
Mr. Agred, am I to understand that before this change, you chaired the NIAC?
Yes, sir.
During the time you chaired the NIAC, was there any political interference?
There were many attempts, but like I mentioned, from the onset we tried to keep politics out of NIAC's technical deliberations.
Would you be surprised if you heard that ministers could make representations that they could control the outcome of the NIAC?
You mean over the years?
Right.
Oh, you meant that they did succeed in changing the decision of NIAC or something?
Yes, that they could influence
Yeah, I don't think that had happened while I was there.
Not while
Remember,
you were there.
I was there only for about 10 years as chairman. Prior to that, it was the previous chief environmental officer, Mr. Ismail Fabro, who was the chair.
Okay, and this would have been changed under the previous administration?
You mean the amendment to the legislation?
Correct.
Yeah. It was February 2020, just before the COVID came on us.
Mr. Agre, I want to ask you a very candid question. To your mind, would they have had any reason to oust you from that office?
No, not to my understanding or my opinion. The chief environmental officer, whoever he or she is, had always been the chairman.
I had a question. What's the document that is triggered, that's submitted to the NIAC for consideration? What's the name of that document?
Sorry. I don't understand.
What does a developer submit to the NIAC for consideration?
Oh, a project proposal,
Uh-huh.
which is the proposal, not the financial proposal, it's strictly environmental related. That proposal comes and what triggers it is the environmental impact assessment regulations. The EIA regulations has Schedule 1 and 2 at the end, where Schedule 1 is a listing of projects that automatically needs to do an EIA. Schedule 2, like I mentioned, is those that may or may not do an EIA, but they have to do a limited level study.
Yes.
And these are based on experiences worldwide of the types of developments, and it also considers the size of the project and the location of the project. Because a project, let's say, just for example's sake, 300 residential lots. 300 residential lots in Belmopan is far different from a 300 residential lots in Turnip or San Pedro. So the location is what triggers that Schedule 1 or 2.
Mr. Agre, I want to ask, is one of your expertise now to draft or assist companies in the development of the EIAs?
You mean if I'm involved in, in that trade?
That's some.
No, I try to avoid it since I retired. I avoid getting involved in environmental.
And before you retired? Were you ever approached to draft one?
No, because it's a conflict of interest. Once I am the chief environmental officer, it's a conflict of interest to get involved in anything that deals with that.
And that conflict would extend to the other members of the NIAC?
It should. But if evidence is brought and so on, then we would have looked at it. If you're, maybe our next question will be if there was any examples. If as far as I recall, over my 30 years there may have been one or two that was addressed and nipped on the bud immediately.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
That was addressed or nipped in the bud, as you say, immediately.
The person
By the previous boss, chief that was there before me, long before me.
Understood. Oh, that person would have written some that got to the NIAC. That's what you're saying?
What happened is, remember, EIA is a very complex document that addresses many expertise, that involves many expertise. So you may have, for example, a marine biologist component to that document, an engineering component, climate change expert component. So it was the amalgamation of all these expert views that then the leader of that EIA report needs to go through, and as a team decide what goes into that document. So if there was any person who may be a member of NIAC that may have done one of those components, that's what we, I guess, should have been looked at at the time.
And they would have declared something like that and excused themselves. I had one. Understood. Mr. Algria, have you had a chance to look at the EIA for Portico?
Unfortunately, no. Remember, I think February was when the law changed, and I think this specific project came around March.
It's March. It's March.
Something like that.
Right.
Again, and since I'm not responsible at that time. Once I was not responsible for EIAs, like a big weight got off my shoulder that I was happy for.
Did you still have to sign EIAs that were pending or having approved after the February 2020? Did you have any outstanding EIAs that would have gone through the process that were pending at the time the change was made?
Yes, there was the Sarteneja Road project, the Northern Highway project.
The Sarteneja one, that was executed in August of 2020?
I don't recall the specific dates, but I know those were EIAs that were being, that came in after the February 2020.
And you signed that one?
Huh?
Did you sign that one? The Sarteneja one?
Well, again, I'm reminding you that it's the chairman of NIAC, through the NIAC, that then went into the detailing of these projects. And at the end, of course, for clarity, even though the chief environment officer is not anymore the chairman of NIAC, it is still that person or that entity under the Environmental Act that is responsible for signing the ECP. So yes, whatever NIAC went through the process and approved or agreed to approve or recommend, then the chief environmental officer, whoever he or she is, reviews, looks at, asks questions, and then if comfortable enough, then they sign out.
Were you the chief environmental officer up until when?
Yes, until I retired.
At when? When?
It should have been February 21, but I left the department long before that.
So you left February 2021?
No, that was when I retired. However, I left the offices months before that.
Okay, so you would not
I was asked to leave before that,
Yeah, oh.
so I was happy.
All right, Madam Chair, that serves for my questions. Thank you, Mr. Algria.
Thank you, Senator Cal.
Mr. Algria, thank you for being with us this afternoon. I have a few questions, and it's just some clarity based on what you said earlier. Would an EIA come to the department before or after an MOU is being signed?
Those are independent processes. I don't know the answer to that. I just know when you submit a project proposal for environmental screening, that was my purview, my role and responsibility. What happens simultaneously or before or after, I wouldn't be in a position to state an opinion.
Because at what point would a project proposal be presented to you then?
Project proposal is the first step of any undertaking, of any investment.
Would that be before an MOU or after an MOU?
That's an independent process that is done by a different entity.
And you were not aware?
No, I was not aware nor never involved in those.
Just for the record, can you state what year to what year you were chair of NIAC?
2012 to 2020, January 2020.
January 2020. Between 2017 2020, was there any project proposal for any cruise lines coming to your desk?
Sorry, repeat, I didn't hear.
Between the year 2019 and 2020, was there any project proposal for any cruise lines came to your attention?
No, I think it was the 2020 March, like I said, was when Portico, and then somewhere in June, I think, was Belize port expansion, cruise ship project. Prior to that, it was way back in 2006, 2007 that we had one proposed cruise ship for Stake Bank, and then in 14 or so was Harvest Key. I don't recall in the year, but Harvest Key was another one. So it was Stake Bank, then Harvest Key, and then the other two that came after I had left. Then yeah.
So you were not aware of any project proposals for Portico?
No. You made project proposal? Yes. It was usually a project proposal takes a year or more for a project to come on stream to reach the EIA level. So yes, if you're saying a project proposal for cruise ship, that may have come 2019, I guess, and in 2020 was when the EIA was delivered, no? So yes, to clarify, yes, there was proposals 2019 and post 2020.
Did you look at that proposal?
At that time, we have in the Department of the Environment an EIA unit consisting at the time of 5-7 people who, they are the technicians that go through all these specific technical nitty-gritty, and they work for the NIAC. They are the technical arm that advises the NIAC. So my environmental officers in that unit were the ones that were involved on a day-to-day activity of any project proposal, including cruise ships or not.
So you were not involved in looking at it, perusing it?
Personally, I try not to get involved in the nitty-gritty of what the department does until almost at the end, or if they need any expertise or any points of clarity, then I would. But I leave the technicians to do their work. In not only the EIA unit, but enforcement, monitoring, public awareness, etc.
So before February 2020, there was no EIA presented to you on any cruise line?
Before 2020?
February 2020, that was when the lot was
Yeah, when the EIA was finalized and presented. I think it was post-February 2020, March or so about.
Okay, and at that point you had no idea, haven't seen any EIA?
You mean prior to that?
Yes, because you said...
EIA or project proposals?
EIA.
No. Like I said, when the investor finishes an EIA, they are sent to DOE for review, for see if the terms of reference were followed, if they did everything, the major issues of concern were addressed, and all that nitty-gritty is done by the EIA unit, not by me. And so if all is done well, then they were the ones that would ask me to inform the investor that yes, the EIA is in compliance with the terms of reference. But if that doesn't happen, I am not involved.
Was there at any point anyone from Portico came to you about EIA before February 2020?
I mean, for any investor who wants to get environmental clearance, they would come to the Department of the Environment, and I would more often meet with them in the initial meeting to explain the EIA regs, as I tried to do just now, and they would then explain what their proposal is, and then we usually would ask them to submit a project proposal. So there may be meetings prior to any submission of a project proposal.
Right.
Once a project proposal is submitted and a decision is made by the EIA unit that an EIA is required as per Schedule 1, then that decision is conveyed to the investor, who then proceeds to develop that report based on the approved terms of reference.
So just to be clear again, did at any point before the regulation was changed, the law was changed, was there any one from Portico came to your office here just to talk to you about any project proposal, any advice on EIA or any sort of?
No, if they did, if they were doing the presentation or submittal to the department of the final EIA, that would be with my EIA unit and the environmental officers, technicians within that unit, not me.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Bennett, Senator Herrera, any questions at this time? Thank you. I have a few, Mr. Alegria. Trying to sort out timelines. Well, let me go to process first. So just to clear up. So even though the regulations changed in February 2020, you are still the person legally required to sign all ECPs.
Still is today. The Chief Environmental Officer, yeah.
Thank you. So that even though you are no longer chairing NEAC, it was your office, you being the Chief Environmental Officer at the time, that would sign those documents to give that environmental contract clearance?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of what, and it may still be the case now, but under your tenure, the role of NEAC was advisory, it made recommendations. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Were you obligated as the Chief Environmental Officer to follow those recommendations? One more.
Yeah. Long before I took over as Chief and as Chair, the precedence had always been that we go with what the NEAC recommendation is of a EIA 99% of the time.
So that was the practice 99% of the time.
Yeah.
But the 1% meant that technically, legally, under the law, you didn't have to do that. I'm just trying to arrive at what the specifics are with the legislation. Are you legally required to go along with what the NEAC recommends, or can you stand independent and say, you know what?
As a professional, you are one with expertise in one, maybe 2, 3 areas, but you have to rely, and I think I mentioned it with the previous, that the gist or the spirit with which NEAC was set up in 1992-93 was exactly that, to avoid making decisions that are limited in scope, and we have to rely on NIAC membership and their expertise. And so that's it. Process has been always we follow what NIAC says. And when I say 99%, the 1% is because you need to take into consideration perhaps other issues that NIAC may not have considered, and we discuss that with the investor after the NIAC's decision had done. And that is usually perhaps an additional requirement that has financial implications to the project. And so we have to discuss that with the investor that, NIAC may not have seen this specifically, but we need to add these additional precautions. And I think the World Heritage Site was, I mentioned one of the things that we started to take more into consideration. So that is the 1-2% that we added on to the NIAC decision to strengthen the ECP at the end of the day.
I appreciate the professionalism in practice, but this committee is charged with making recommendations to make sure that protocols, policies, etc. are followed. So I'm just trying to ascertain technically by an unscrupulous person, I'm not referring to you, but technically, letter of the law, can the chief environmental officer independently sign off on documents that go against a NIAC recommendation? Technically?
I pray to God that never happens.
Yes, but technically, can it?
Legally,
yes. Can it happen how the law is currently worded?
I haven't seen the June 2020 amendment or August 2020 amendment, because from the February 2 amendments they did, I haven't bothered much with the EIA. So I can't answer you what is today.
Yes, no, but we just agreed that under those changes, even though the CEO, the chief executive officer, became the chair of the NIAC, it still is today with the chief environmental officer to sign those contracts.
To sign the contracts, yes.
Yes, so that's what I'm asking.
The ECP.
Yes, so that's what I'm asking.
But, okay.
Is the ECP technically a document that the chief environmental officer can sign on his or her own volition?
That's not the practice.
No, I'm not asking the practice. I'm asking legislatively, legally. Can the chief...
Well, I can't say prior to February 2020, that was never done, where the chief on his own decides on a huge project proposal to sign an ECP.
You said that's a practice. You know the law. You were there at least 10 years.
Well, let me clarify something.
Okay.
In the February regulations amendment, the amendment purported, apart from changing the membership of NIAC, the chair and so on, it purported to put into the NIAC the decision-making responsibility. And I kind of brought that to the attention of the ministry, that is ultra vires the EPA, because the EPA gave the chief, the Department of the Environment, and the person at the head of the department, which is the chief environment, that responsibility of deciding at the end of the day. And so I don't know if in June, after I had raised this issue in March, April, if they had amended, because I understand they have amended the EIA regs many times since 2020. And so I can't tell you, because it's not my interest to go and look up those laws again. It might be that it's still the chief environmental officer, and if that is the case, I hope what the scenario you are talking about, that you just frivolously just decide you assign an ECP because you're the chief, never happens, I hope. Prior to that, it didn't happen while I was there. And if the law says no, I don't know, that it is the NIAC that decides an EIA or not, then I'm sorry for the Department of the Environment.
Yes, but just to give clarity on my end, I'm asking if under your tenure, if, as the law was at the time, under your tenure up to February 2020, technically, legally, could the chief environmental officer sign an ECP irrespective of a NIAC advice?
Well, remember, the NIAC is only for huge projects that go through the
Yeah.
EIA process. There are many thousands of projects, small and medium, that come to the department that never sees NIAC because it's small. And those at the Department of the Environment through the EIA unit, many a times in consultation and working with other government departments, they analyze, assess, and recommend to the Chief Environmental Officer how to proceed with those projects. And if it is straight to an ECP, then fees are signed. But NIAC-wise, it has to be through the EIA process,
Yes.
which is more stringent, more in-depth, and longer to process.
Yes. But it could be an interpretation that the chief environmental officer could carry through and say, well, I consider this within my domain to sign off on this contract. There's nothing there that says you can't for a large project. If what you're saying is NIAC is an advisory body.
Prior to February, like I said, how the EIA regs were, which I knew, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Post, I don't know.
Thank you. You spoke earlier of, let's call them political pressures or pressures from the development aspect and trying to strike that balance. How did you protect yourself from those pressures, if you did protect yourself?
By trying to clarify what DOE is, or was, still is, what the EIA process is all about, and the need to protect the Belize environment. Trying to emphasize as strongly as we can that it's not, that we take our job seriously in doing what we are doing. And at the end of the day, based on my what do you call it, my convictions, I used to basically a lot of times say no, sorry but no, apologies but no. A lot of times when you say no to as a decision, you have to follow up with justification and perhaps alternatives. Meaning, if you do this or if you eliminate this from your, then we can reconsider the position. But the way it's being proposed or the way you are bringing it, that's a no-no. And so that is the scenarios that I had, and not only me, the previous chief had gotten into, that this project is critical for the investment of Belize, and we agreed with it, but there are environmental issues that need to be addressed.
But you didn't keep records or, note, please assist, you didn't insulate yourself from any?
I have never even looked at those papers. I don't know, I may have been a different public servant. People might say a stupid public servant, that I try to ignore things that are not correct. And that has created a lot of friends and enemies. So I try to do the right thing.
Who makes, if you had to describe to the Belizean average citizen, who makes a decision of which developments proceed? We've just agreed NIAC is an advisory body, and I know there's been public conversation prior about whether it's the technocrats and the bureaucrats that make a decision, or it's the executive and the elected officials that make a decision. Is that a DOE function to? So I just want that there be clarity in terms of who gets to say what happens and doesn't happen.
No, we at the Department of the Environment, again, narrowing it down or focusing on the EIA process, we only are responsible for environmentally screening projects, investment projects. That's all. It could be projects that you have 3, 4, 6 of, but we stick to that specific project at that specific site and the environmental implications thereof. It's not the purview of the DOE, nor worse the chief, to say which project goes and which one doesn't. That's the purview of the, I guess, cabinet, on which sector, which, I don't know, industry, which, that's not basically, in a nutshell, that's not DOE nor the chief's purview.
So just to follow through in terms of the process, did the developer submits a PPP? If it is in Schedule 1 and it needs the EIA, it goes through the NEAC. NEAC makes an advice to you, the Chief Environmental Officer, and then you make recommendations to the cabinet, and then they tell you, yes, go ahead and sign the ECP? Like how does that process at that point work?
No, like I said, we are strictly technical, and the EIA process is strictly technical and planning. So there's no need for cabinet to get involved in a technical matter. Again, what it is the government of the day, the administration of the day, that sets the policies, plans, and activities. In a 5-year plan, in a manifesto, we don't know, but we try to work with what that administration's priorities are. So.
And how, under your tenure, what was your experience in terms of how that was conveyed to you? Did you get a copy of the manifesto? Did you get a thing that said, plan, these are the development plans? How did you get guidance on what that was?
What happened is, fortunately, the Department of the Environment had always had 5-year plans. I think the last one in 2014 was a 10-year plan, a 10-year strategy, and a 5-year action plan. So we at the department, in consultation with all these memberships and public at large, what we tried to do was to feel what the public, private sector, general public, society, government entities, what their idea was for the next 5 years. But like I said, the last one was 10 years, 2014 to 2024. What the idea is, and that is what the priorities are, and that is what we put in our 10-year strategy. And out of that 10-year strategy, we do a 5-year action plan, which of course goes into yearly, annual action plans. And so when a new administration comes, one of the first things we do is present this to the new minister and CEO, explaining to them this is what is ongoing, or we had planned to do. Is there any change, any modifications, any addition? And there were a lot of these discussions, not only within the technical realm of NEACs, for example, membership, but also with ministries. We were one of department that we try to, when a new government, we go to visit government offices to present and to explain what we do and what is their new priority, and we try to incorporate those in the action plans, not the strategy.
And those documents are binding or non-binding?
The strategy is more a guidance document that we try to bind ourselves to that. A lot of time the strategic, what we call environmental strategy, 10-year strategy, half of it only is DOE's role and responsibility. The other half is mining, petroleum, fisheries, forestry, etc., lands. So the implementation thereof is dependent on those entities, and we just can only use our processes, our legislation to try to influence what that strategy that we all agreed on, and that this is how we would like it to be done. But could be that other ministries, other departments have their own strategies or action plans. So,
well, I was going to come to that, because then if your role is technical, to make recommendations to mitigate or to minimize environmental impact, would it be then, as a environmental expert, helpful to have a binding national development where we're going to build here, or we can build here, we can do something here, we shouldn't do something here? Has that ever existed? And more importantly, should it exist if it doesn't?
Yeah, from my knowledge or my historical perception, I think there has never been a national developmental plan or a national developmental strategy in Belize. And so we try to take what the global scenario is, what Belize is, or regional, Central America, Caribbean, and then we try to nationalize it Belize. And that is how we usually would have come up with those 5-10-year strategy, 3-5 years action plans, and even the annual plans. But that is as far as we used to go.
And if you had the powers that be, would that be something that you would want to see implemented in Belize?
You mean to come up with a national developmental strategy? I would be one of the happiest persons if that comes true. Because that would guide a lot of the public sector in knowing what to do, where we want to go, and how we're going to get there. Because you cannot get there alone. It has to be all of us.
Is that then a vulnerability currently in the system, in that your department and a former department, and I'm hearing, resources being always limited? Was that something then that no matter what was being proposed, you had to invest the resources, you had to go through the process, irrespective of the fact that you knew this thing shouldn't maybe proceed just on the basis of what it was proposing to do, where it was proposing to do it?
No. Like I said, we look at investment and we try to assist investment, considering or taking into consideration the environmental implications. That was our purview. So we couldn't say, oh, we don't want tourism in Hopkins. That's not our purview. If you are proposing a residential layout in Hopkins, I can't tell you can't do that because Hopkins is a tourism destination. They could carry us to court for that. So.
Yes, no, I'm more getting that there, perhaps, is it then that it's a vetting or a screening that, let's say they want to do that layout in a sensitive area for whatever reason, Ramsar site with, a special significance. I'm just calling out, is it that you could inform investors,
Yeah.
this spot isn't conducive or practical?
And that was on our daily job description, where we advise accordingly. And I'll give you an example. We have had, right now I think, hopefully there's no blackout, but energy has been one of the issues in development, in strategic. When the government at the day started the solid waste project and implemented it, I think it was 2014 we started, Solid Waste Management Authority was established, and then we started construction of the sites. I think we started with mile 25. Project proposals started pouring in that there was this opportunity to use that garbage and produce energy. Excellent. But when we started to review certain proposals that were coming in, the idea was that we will use all of the garbage from Belize, from Toledo to Corozal, and bring it to mile 25. However, after year 7 or year 10, the volumes will not be enough to generate the energy that is needed from the waste, that we will need to bring in garbage from Mexico, US by barges. And we said, hell no. Sorry, but yes, it is a good investment, a good proposal, but we cannot agree to you importing garbage from New York, Mexico, or Guatemala. And so that's this type of scenario I'm telling you, that at that juncture is where we said, sorry, but we can't. Others can be that they are bringing in waste oil for energy generation, because you use waste oil for boilers and so on. But we are not a country that, because of the barrier reef and our sensitive ecology, terrestrial-wise also, we cannot be allowing to import bitumen waste now with hazardous waste or used oil at those quantities that we will lose management thereof. So those project proposals, we had to say, no, sorry, we cannot entertain that. And again, that was before those decisions are made. We consult with the ministry, investment ministry, not only environment and others. And that is at the end of the day a consensus that we cannot entertain those waste importation projects because we are not the dumping site for the world. So just, sorry if I'm...
No, I'm old enough to remember when that garbage barge showed up asking to have Belize take it on. Under your tenure then, was it then that those types of vulnerabilities you say were called out, and then ultimately the decision maker, who you're saying was the executive, would then be charged to make those decisions?
Support and
Yes.
tell potential investors,
Yes.
sorry, we
Sorry,
cannot
we can't.
entertain, yeah.
That's how it worked?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least that is how it
Under your
was
tenure?
done, yeah.
Okay, no problem. Speaking of your tenure, my research showed that you were there up until November 2021. Is that the case? Yes? Okay.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yes. Well, just to confirm with you, there was a article printed in one of the local newspapers that had you leaving
I was physically there.
that November 2021. But you mentioned earlier that you were asked to leave, and then you said you resigned. Which one was
say
it?
no comment?
No comment?
Yeah.
Why you don't want to comment?
I left earlier, maybe November, maybe September, I don't know. Don't recall. But officially February 8th, 2021 was when my birthday. That was when I was officially, yeah.
So you weren't performing any functions officially between February and November?
Yes, we relocated the office from Market Square to the Green Building. So that was one job that I put my heart to, because that Green Building was my idea years ago, to put a Department of the Environment, a Ministry of the Environment, with the key government-related entities in one building as a one-stop shop for investment. So yes, that was one. Two, from September or thereabouts, I was asked to be returning officer for the elections, responsible for Rural South. And so there were other duties that I dedicated to.
Okay. Speaking of other duties, I also found online a press release from the government that indicated that they had asked you to put together a report for them. Cabinet had. Can you confirm that that is the case? It was contained in a statement on the cruise sector and ports. Are you aware of what I'm talking about? It was a statement from the government press office in 2021, no, October 19th, from Cabinet as a press release, and it said at the paragraph that starts with the word second, it was part of a number of points, it said, urgent review commenced today with an initial briefing to Cabinet by Chief Environmental Officer Mr. Martin Alegria. Serious questions have arisen from such briefing, including purported missing files. Cabinet has instructed Mr. Alegria to promptly produce a written report on the factual circumstances. Do you recall that report?
This wasn't related to Portico, though. I don't recall any such.
The
I know-
heading of it was Cabinet cognizant of various...
Which cabinet? The new administration or
Yes.
the old one?
This was dated Tuesday, October 19, 2021.
21, okay.
Yes.
Maybe while we were relocating office, if I recall, yes, there was a situation where they wanted briefing, and I briefed it at the then cabinet. But that was related to State Bank project, nothing to do with,
It references the entire sector.
I think it was State Bank specifically. And
Well,
so I recall they were asking me to do a quick synopsis, a report, which I did and submitted to the cabinet secretary, and I didn't hear back from them.
just to share with you, the first paragraph of this press release says, Cabinet cognizant of the various domestic and international media reports regarding cruise port developments in the Belize district has considered the current status of the relevant projects and the current position of pertinent approvals. So it wasn't specific,
Yeah.
at least by the description here. Would you
If-
be able to furnish the committee with a copy of your report?
I don't have any. I mean, those are cabinet documents that, like I said, but at the time, I hurriedly tried to develop what was there. And I don't know about filing missing, but the issue was that we were moving everything, filing cabinets, desks, everything from the old building to the new, and perhaps that's what you're alluding to, but no.
But the
I-
press release, I'm only
Yeah.
reading. Yeah.
And like I said, that's a brief report I did, and I sent it to the cabinet secretary. So I don't have a copy of
So you did
Perhaps
send it to the
cabinet-
cabinet? We can,
cabinet secretary.
yes, that's what I'm saying. We can ask the cabinet secretary.
I don't know,
for-
it's up to you.
Yes, I'm saying you did submit it. You did
Yeah,
fulfill
I
your.
submit, I have to.
Okay.
That's cabinet that I have to submit to.
Okay. We will make that request. Were the minutes of NIAC meetings kept? Were they recorded minutes?
Generally.
Generally,
speaking-
yes.
Yeah, generally, NIAC has a minutes at the end of the day, which is, what do you call it, approved at the next meeting. So there has always been NIAC minutes, as you say.
Okay. I don't know if in the back room you were able to hear the earlier witness, but he was talking about getting a signed ECP, and according to the DOE website, that was signed October 15, 2021. So given that you were still in your office October 2021, did you sign that document?
I don't know what you're referring to.
The DOE's website,
No, what
Has
you're
a-
referring to a document.
a
I don't-
Portico ECP?
No, like I said, it was 2021.
Yes.
April thereabouts that NIAC, the new NIAC membership approved that specific project, and after getting advice from my EIA unit, the heads and the technicians, I was comfortable enough to sign that ECP sometime in April or May of 2021.
So you didn't sign the October 2021?
I
For
don't recall.
Portico.
I don't even know if some such existed.
Yes, well, I mean, I can show you my phone, but yes, there is a document titled Portico Enterprise Limited, bracket Port of Magical, Belize, ECP 2021, and it's posted October 15, 2021. October 15, 2021.
Again, I think it was April 2021 that NIAC had given the go-ahead.
So it was signed from April and then posted online October?
It usually takes a few weeks from NIAC members, from NIAC decisions to the development of ECP, and it takes a week or two for it to be signed. Once it's signed, in theory, what we try to do is to put it online. So
you would have signed this?
That April 2021 ECP,
Yes,
maybe the October you're referring to, I don't
yes.
know.
Well, it's posted to the website October 15. I'm just asking, did you sign the ECP for Portico in
April,
2021?
I think it was April, May of 21.
Okay,
After NIAC had approved it in January, February of 21. After having, the new administration, I think, had 2 NIAC meetings or 3. After that, to have agreed to that it's okay to sign in phases, blah, blah, blah. And that is what my technicians, my officers had briefed me on because I wasn't part of. And they said it's comfortable enough for you to sign because it has safeguards. And that is what I signed in April, May.
okay.
Of
Yeah, just
21.
wanted to confirm it's the same documents. We requested from the developer the copy because he said that signatures are redacted. So that's why I'm having to ask if you signed it.
Yes, what happened is when we published, way back in 2015, 16, I think it was, we started publishing ECPs and trying to alert and inform the general public that this project had signed an ECP and here it is.
Okay.
But unfortunately, we were threatened legally by 1 or 2 investors that their signature in that open document could be used or may have been used, I don't know, for fraudulent activities of signing checks and so on. And so we were advised at the time by our legal office to do what they said, take out the signature part, put crazy glue, how do I call it?
White out.
So that we do not, but the rest of the document, the other one was the financial outlay, how much ECP fees, how much, the financial information and signatures
Yes.
were taken out because of that legal implication of people using those signatures for other stuff.
In terms, just real quick on the financial, if I was in process and I went ahead and I paid a permit fee or a monitoring fee, paying that in automatically means that I'm issued a receipt, that the money is accepted, that makes it a how does that work in terms of documenting receipt of monies and attributing that?
I would know. That's the government, treasury and others who do that. And treasury would usually ask first for a copy of the environmental clearance letter and perhaps a copy of the ECP before they accept the funds.
Monies.
So you can't pay something that is not, you have been
Registered.
issued with.
Okay, thank you, that's important. Just in terms of the vulnerabilities that you saw, Mr. Alegria, and in the context of the laws that you are aware of, would you recommend any further changes or amendments with your experience to the current laws and governance structure, given, as you've called out, the importance of balancing development?
Meaning environmental laws?
Yes.
Because I can't see
That's what I'm saying, your
anything outside
environmental experience, yes, or your management experience as Chief Environmental Officer.
Environmental protection, or more so, environmental protection we call the green sector of natural resource management. I look at things more from a natural resource management, or what we call environmental resource management perspective, rather than the green sector, which is the protectionism, the locking up everything. And on the other hand, you have investments where environment is a obstacle, something that is not necessary for you to invest your money, because you are bringing the money and you know what you want to. So it's that balanced approach that we have always tried to strive with or to at the Department of the Environment, looking at it from a natural resource management perspective.
That would be your recommendation in terms of any future legislative changes?
You asked if I have any idea of changing the laws. I mentioned the perspective we look at, and from there you can see a lot of improvement that can be done to better off what is there already. And what is there already is good. From my perspective, the Environmental Protection Act, even the EIA regs, the substantive, the bigger part of it, is excellent compared to other countries in this world. In Central America, in the Caribbean, we are one of the leaders. I would even say in Latin America. The EIA process is one that is being used after we had invented and played with it for some decades. That is what Caribbean and some Central Americans are using. The NEAC approach, where it's not the Chief Environmental Officer only that makes a decision. No, it's a committee. It could be, in the Republican system, it's the president that sets a committee or commission that reviews. In our system, it is a NEAC.
Thank you, Mr. Alegria. Just checking back, anyone have any further questions? Okay, hearing none, Mr. Alegria, thank you so much for your time. We reserve the right, sorry? Oh, sorry, you have a question? I apologize, Senator Dennison.
Mr. Alegria, I just want to get something clear in my head. So you were telling us that the regulations were amended in February of 2020, yes? And that's the regulations that you see remove the Chief Environmental Officer as chair of the NEAC.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you were the Chief Environmental Officer.
Yes, sir. Until retirement.
Right. Were you still a member of the NIAC, sir?
In the legislation, it said the chief environmental officer is a member, apart from the chief executive, who is the chair. I took the personal decision, I guess wrongly so or correct. I will not participate in NIAC thereafter. So that was a personal decision. Notwithstanding, my environmental impact assessment unit, the head of that unit, continued to work seamlessly with the new NIAC. So they reviewed, applied, had public hearings, had everything. They continued to be part of, at my, even though I was the chief, I told them go ahead and facilitate the new NIAC.
So you were regulatorily required to be a member of the NIAC.
Yeah, and so the head of the environmental officer, head of the EIA unit, was representing me, you could say.
So you put a nominee. You put a nominee.
Yeah,
He was your nominee.
yeah.
And he attended meetings on your
But
behalf.
he had to be there because he was the head of the EIA unit that advises the NIAC and the ministry.
Say that again.
The head of the EIA unit advises the ministry, the NIAC, and others on what DOE's role and responsibilities are.
Was he also acting for you as a secretary of the NIAC?
Yes, yes. He was the one that took minutes and so on. He, of course, I'm referring to one person, but the EIA unit has usually had 2, 3, sometimes 4 members of that unit within the NIAC meetings, within the public hearings. I think you may have seen some of them trying to moderate. So it was well represented. They didn't need me.
But you were the person responsible.
Yeah, and I asked them to represent me. So,
And in hindsight, do you think that's a...
again, no. I mean, it's a vexatious decision that you regret.
You mentioned to us that you had expertise particular to the other cruise port. You sat on NIAC at that time.
You mean Harvest Key?
Harvest Key,
State
State Bank.
Well, again, in State Bank, I was not the chief nor part of NIAC. In 2014 or so, yes, I was, when Harvest Key was being developed, yes. So those are the 2 prior to 2020.
Could you offer some sort of explanation to the people of Belize as to why you excused yourself when you were statutorily required?
Like I said, I still was there at the department, but I had the head of unit. I don't recall if maybe the deputy chief also was part of when they represented me. No, I didn't. There was one, I think, one NIAC meeting after that. So may have been only one in October, I think, something like that. So it's one NIAC meeting.
The one in August?
No, October, I think it was.
And they didn't report anything to you?
You mean my staff? Yes.
Yes.
They would keep me informed and so on of what was happening, but I wasn't part of the actual deliberations.
Did they inform you of the Portico project?
Yes, they gave me briefing of what the NIAC discussed, the major points, what they agreed, what they didn't agree with, and at the end of the day, like I said, after 2, 3 meetings of the NIAC for that specific project, no, or EIA, so they felt comfortable enough to give it the go-ahead. And so I train my staff the best I could.
To not need you.
Yeah, so
That's a good public servant, Mr.
thank God
Algria.
they're doing the same job I would have done at the Department of the Environment. I think even better.
Thank you, Mr. Algria. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Cow?
Can you remind us who was the head of the EIA unit?
I had this, well, from my predecessor, we had the strategy that every 3 years or so we rotate, no? So that everybody becomes an expert or expertise in the different units. So it changed, depends on
In
the year that
2020.
you're referring to?
2020.
2020, I think it was Mr. Gordon. I think it was him. Mr. Gordon, Kenrick
Full
Gordon.
Henry Gordon?
Kenrick,
Kenrick.
yeah. And after that, I don't know, since I left.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? Well, thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Alegria. We appreciate it. The office will follow up with you regarding particulars. We do reserve the right, and we commit to only doing so if absolutely necessary, to inviting you back if we have any follow-up questions, but we appreciate your time away from your
Thanks,
professional
all.
duties. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We will suspend until we go back to the committee room. Thank you very much. Public hearing ends.